I heard we were good.
Yeah. Too late for any rebuttals now.
All right. Well,
Yeah, wait, no, stop. Hold. No, I think we're good.
Welcome to another Saturday workshop session.
a workshop session.
Yeah, that was not good.
Yeah, workshop. Hopefully we're going to hit the road one day soon and take this to a con near you because we miss travel too.
I miss airplanes.
Some travel. Yeah.
Some travel.
All right. So today we're going to be talking about applied purple teaming.
1 second, guys. 1 second. I'm not through my spiel.
All right.
So we got Jordan and Kat here. Their cameras are blurry. That was by design. So just in case anyone, you don't have to let us know. We know. All right. So we do have a team of people in the back end. If you have questions at any time, feel free to ask them. If your audio cuts out on you, just refresh your browser. That should fix it. If that doesn't work, change to a different browser. If that doesn't work, make sure your headphones are plugged in. We're on Discord. If you've never used it before, there's a link in the chat. And then from that, we will take a 10-minute break at the top of every hour and to either answer questions or just take a mental break because you guys are about to lay down a ton of info. So with that, Jordan and Kent, take it away.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. We are humbled again by all of your presence. Thank you for joining us today. We hope by the time you leave that you understand a bit more about Windows Event Collection, Windows Event Forwarding, Sysmon, and the entirety of Windows built-in logging infrastructure.
Awesome. So we've got a class we've built, Applied Purple Teaming. This is a 4-hour class we're going to spend with you today. It's going to be somewhere around 4 hours, might be a little bit less. We're going to have some time at the end of the class to ask a lot of questions. I know everybody's going to have questions at the end of this, and it's going to be a great opportunity to do that. A couple things I want to say really quick. Defensive Origins is a business that Jordan and I created. We really focus on information security research in terms of trying to do education and help businesses kind of fill that need that right now a lot of information security training has not been democratized, and we're working with John Strand to do that, and it's been awesome, and he is doing something really cool with that, and that's with all these trainings out there. It's fantastic and not cost prohibitive. So that is Jordan. I am Kent. We're going to be your instructors today. This class is going to cover quite a few different things, and we're going to talk about that really quick. The course objectives we sent out, they're listed right here. Basically, if you're here, what you're going to learn today is going to be about if you have a completely just kind of static environment, default, way you have it set up. We're going to talk about setting up an environment from there with Windows Event Forwarding, with WinLog Beats, and with Sysmon to build some baseline functionality for you to get optics into your environment. And then we're going to take a step further. We're going to add on to that Sysmon configuration so you get really great optics. And we'll talk a little bit about what those optics are and how they work so you have a really good baseline understanding of how that works. And if we have time, we're also going to talk about how to build an continuous improvement purple team environment. Now, we'll talk about that later today. We're going to have time, and I think it's really important because there's been a lot of struggles with people trying to make purple teams and the red team, blue team collaboration and red team and blue team tools. And it's been going on and on, it seems like lately, that where people are struggling with that. And we think we've found a way. We think. So we're going to talk about
a way that works for us and the people we have worked with.
Yeah, exactly. So Jordan and I came up with that earlier this year, last year. A lot of effort put into it, and we're thinking about making that open source in the next couple months. So that's going to be super awesome when that happens, and I hope it helps a lot of people. So,
absolutely. Yeah, the only thing I might add to this, there are a lot of things you can take away from this class. If you've never used Sysmon, never read about Sysmon, go read about Sysmon. It is probably the best integrated endpoint detection logging tool that you can get, right? Designed and maintained by Microsoft Engineering to integrate with Microsoft products, right? A lot of endpoint detection response vendors can deploy things, but they can't really get down to the guts of Microsoft systems because, well, they're not Microsoft.
And it's where I have to note it is closed source for now.
It is closed.
I mean, Microsoft got GitHub and they're putting stuff in there, so
but it's free.
It's free. Yeah. Free if you have Windows.
That's why it was not included in our repositories. Their EULA says you may not distribute this to any third party. So go download Sysmon yourself.
All right, so couple things about how this course works. So you're going to notice a bunch of numbers in here. They're not going to mean anything to you. They mean something to us. They'll mean something when you take these courses later on. So all the courses that we go through today have a number associated with them. You'll notice that they're not in order. That's also on purpose because we put Purple Team Lifecycle at the end of today's conversation. So we did that on purpose, but normally these would be in order, right? So we've got 5 things to talk about. Right now we're doing C0, 100. Those numbers are referenced other places like in the GitHub repo, so you can find files a little bit easier and that type of thing. The names of the PDF files are match up to that. And also we can kind of talk about those. We'll say, hey, we're on 330. If you look in the lower left-hand side of these slide decks in both the PDF copies and as we present, you're going to see what it says down there is Defensive Ordnance LLC, and then it says C0100.4. That .4 is the page and slide number of that deck. So if you say, hey, I have a question about a certain slide, you don't have to be like, hey, it's the one that said it had a purple tree on it and it had a dog walking across the street. No. All you got to do is reference that. We'll know exactly what slide you're talking about that way, and we can move straight on from there. The most important link on this slide is that repo where all the information we talk about today is at.
Including network maps, including build notes and documents and pre-recommendations for building your own Purple Lab. This may sound ad nauseum at this point, but it's all there.
All right, so do you have everything? The lab environment is optional. We know that. Awesome. So the Applied Purple Team courseware is on the GitHub repo. Link again. Important link. All right, course information. 4 to 5 hours. We're already an hour in from the pre-show banter. We're going to do breaks at the top of the hour or right around there. If CJ or Jason or anybody else pops up on video, we're going to find a great place to pause if one of you have questions. I do have Discord open, but there's no way I could pay attention to slides and Jordan and Discord. It's like not possible. Yep. Again, hey, that link there again. Important link. Important link. All right, so.
Slow down. Everything's fine.
We only have 4 hours left.
That's true. 3 hours and 54 minutes. Good.
All right.
So this is a busy slide. It looks like there's a lot going on here.
This is a very.
What is the yellow? Why do you have the yellow highlighted?
Okay, so the class we're doing today, 4-hour class, right? We're going over the sections that are highlighted in yellow. This course is a portion of a larger course that Jordan and I were teaching earlier this year, Wild West Hackin' Fest, and also at KernelCon. And then again, hopefully we're training at Wild West Hackin' Fest later this year, hopefully in Deadwood. So the ones in yellow are what we're going to talk about today, and that takes 4 hours. Obviously, we couldn't do all of this class in a short period of time. Here's the deal. At the end of June, we've got a class that is $395 that is 3 days long, 5.5 hours per day, and we essentially cover everything else that's remaining on the screen. And then we do recap some on what we go over today as well. So that 3-day course here, I'm not going to go over details about it right now. The information is there. You can also find it on the GitHub repo. All the information is there. All the links are there. Everything you need to get signed up and registered is there. We will be having a couple scholarships available, and we are going to literally be doing the administration of that in the background as we're doing the class. There's still some details we have to work out on that. So as we do our breaks, we'll work that out. We'll talk about that at the end of class today. So awesome on that. If you're interested in that, we will have a couple spots open for scholarships and possibly a facilitator, depending on class sizes.
Yep, agree.
And those are for June 30th and July 1st and 2nd.
There's another important link on this page.
There is another one. This is where you sign up for that $395 class, 3-day class. So this is sponsored by BHIS, right? So BHIS is here with us. Obviously, Jordan and I are also employed by BHIS. This is also sponsored by Wild West Hackin' Fest, which is super awesome. You'll notice that there's a lot of training going over with Wild West Hackin' Fest. It's super awesome training with them, and it's been really great.
There's another included item here.
Yeah, so BHS started about a couple months ago. We have a site branch set up, and it's pretty awesome. It's like $29 per month, $39 per month, somewhere there. With the $395 paid class, we throw in 6 months free of that, so that's super cool as well. And also, the 3-day class, I'm not going to talk about any more today, but it does include the hosted lab, so you don't have to worry about setting up a lab and having that set to go.
Thanks. Any questions at this point?
Yeah, Greg,
I know we're a little early. Go ahead.
Greg has a question. He said, if they sign up for that class, will they be getting the recordings of this one? For sure, I'll be getting the recordings of this one. There's some logistics working out with Jason on that, but that shouldn't be a problem. I don't really have a problem with getting the videos out with the next one as well. The struggle with that actually is that Jordan and we recorded the last 2 classes we did, and I hands off to Jason because, man, editing videos is tough.
It's a nightmare, isn't it?
Hey, CJ.
Hey, will the full class cover lab setup with newbie level instructions?
No, the labs you walk into come at a different point where you don't have to worry about building out an operating system. You don't have to worry about installing the AD binaries. We do start you blind in optics, as you see on this slide. So we call them optics. That means what can you actually see in your environment? But we do give you a base domain with an account. The Linux box is ready to go. It's got some attack tooling on it.
So the one caveat there is, I think you probably have like 20 pages of like notes of how to set up that lab. So that is something that, as you go through the class, we provide that as well, because we did recognize that we didn't provide like step-by-step instructions on setting this lab up, and that was partially for time convenience as well. However, that is very important, and we do have those instructions, and in the class they are provided. And as we continue with this one, we'll probably end up pushing those out at some point as well, because we pushed out a lot of them already. How to set up, we said you need PFSense set up. Well, we didn't go into detail about how to do that and how to do the networking stack on it and that type of thing. And those are instructions we have. We just haven't gotten there yet.
So when you encounter roadblocks in setting up labs, Google is your friend. Someone out there has this kind of stuff. So part of an exercise, I remember when I was first trying to build Linux unsuccessfully, and how painful that was.
Absolutely, CJ.
Oh, Ubuntu. Why we go with Ubuntu? I don't think there's a larger audience or forum for a Linux distribution. In that one, if you have a question and you ask it, you get an answer.
Now, that's for running Helk, and Helk does run on Docker, so you have some opportunities there. And CJ, I would add too, never mind, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Rock on, boys.
Some other limitations in the notes and build doc. We only learned, 7 or 8 days ago that we had this slot for Saturday, so it's been like a mad rush again to get together all the materials, the lab build-outs, everything we could. So again,
forgive me if I have a typo, is what he means.
And thank you for joining us on a Saturday because, well, it's Saturday and some of us have things to do outside.
Do you remember Saturday morning
cartoons?
This is kind of like a Saturday, never mind.
This is not a Saturday morning cartoon, sir. But are you ready to move on? Content?
Absolutely.
So if Kent was going to describe this, the LC code is learning content. So here we go with set 310. Where we talk about endpoint optics, Sysmon, and introduce you to audit policies. Very high-level overview of the flow by the time we're done today. If you look top left, you can see Sysmon on our endpoints, right? Through Windows event log forwarding, we send that over to our Windows event log collector. In our environment, we configure the domain controller for that role. In yours, you might not do that. You might, if you have a large infrastructure, use something like Hadoop or EMR, something designed to handle gigantic data ingest for larger environments. The Linux box, we did not install FileBeat on, but you sure can. And then you start seeing things like SSH logins and the things you define in the FileBeat configuration that you want to grab out of your Linux box. That goes into Logstash, is processed and ingested by, processed and indexed by Elasticsearch, and then is available through Kibana in a beautiful, meaningful way.
This slide, that one slide is like, we're going to sit there and talk about for hours about what all that is and how all the ingest points. We're going to talk a little bit about them, but not at that detail. So let's start with Sysmon. What is Sysmon?
System Monitor, a tool designed by Mark Rusinovich and Thomas Garnier. And it is, in our opinion, the best, most effective, and least expensive endpoint monitoring tool.
I'd probably say the most cost-effective would be a good way of saying that. There might be a really expensive one out there that beats it hands down, but it's less cost-effective.
Agree. And it can create a lot of noise. When we were using the Swift-on security base configuration, those of you who don't know, basically Sysmon is an executable you install on your network and then run with a configuration set. That configuration set can be like wide open in that include everything. So all your AV stuff going on, you can make a mess out of your log environment, and this is not what you want.
Okay, so we talked about this one time. We said there was a webcast we did, it was months ago, but I told CJ, like, just turn on all the log, turn it all on, get the visibility. And he says, you can't do that. He's right, you can't do that, but you can do that. Okay, so here's what you need to know.
Shouldn't do that.
You should not do that in a production environment.
Again, instead of not seeing anything, you see everything, and you're just blind.
What's that, CJ?
I said you'll DOS yourself. It's a denial by overflow.
Yeah, go ahead, DOS your sim. See how that goes.
So here's what you need to know, and we go over this in the other class a little bit, but everything we do here today is done in a contrived and/or demo and/or QA and/or non-production environment. When we talk about purple teaming later on, we actually talk about purple teaming in a test lab, not in your production lab, where you're actively setting up an infrastructure that looks like your production environment, but is actually a test environment where you can destroy it. Better than destroying it, though, is that you can turn on that high visibility logging, find out exactly what you need to find a threat, and then you can tone it back down when you actually go to deploy it in your production environment. But having that visibility there allowed you to actually find and be able to hunt with all that information, and then you can trim that back down to exactly what you need. So you really can't do that in a production environment. It will kill your network resources. It'll kill disk IOPS. It's insane the amount of logging that Sysmon can do. So we use those profiles that we're going to talk about in a little bit to kind of trim that down and give us a starting point where to start at.
Absolutely. And I would like to point out a comment that was just made in that Sysmon doesn't read files. The latest iteration of Sysmon v11 has added a files checker so that because this tool was designed for incident responders, it now has functionality where assume an attacker breaches a system, drops a bunch of tools, and then pillages, deletes those. Sysmon v11 has a control path that would allow you to archive files written to disk as defined, right? This could get very noisy, but if you go watch Mark Rasinovich, his 13-minute intro he just dropped on this, he explains how those filters work and why you want to do that. So Sysmon v11 is a huge step forward for incident responders. Anyway, I just wanted to add that it has some file stuff now, which is really, really cool. So again, we are now looking at the Sysmon modular directory. This is previous. The screenshot was taken previous to the drop of the last Sysmon, which was 1 month ago.
So this isn't GitHub. It's in GitHub under lab-sysmon, and inside that folder is the Sysmon modular folder. Now, you can literally just pull that. This morning, I pulled the repo directly from Sysmon modular, so it's the same one as of this morning. Obviously, when you come back to this 6 months from now, if I have not pulled from there, you want to grab the original one, that's in our notes as well.
Yep. So this is where you could start. If you wanted to dive into labs that you have configured, feel free on your DC and workstation now. Put this Sysmon modular directory somewhere you can get to it. Go ahead and run this import, and then, run that merge all. Now, this is the best part of Sysmon modular from my perspective. We can go into each of these individual directories, and as shown on that previous slide, you now have inclusion and exclusion rules where the configuration file you generate and then use to install Sysmon become the visibility you define for your network baselines.
Now, this is the first step we're doing on setting up our environment, right? From the prereq to now is setting up Sysmon.
And we didn't really talk about this. Do we want to do the demo?
I think we should do it. It's a good opportunity to throw it in chat or Discord, because I can see Discord. If you want us to do demos, we've got demos for these. We can either do them at the end of the set, or we can do them kind of as we go through each section. So if you guys have an
quick vote. Let's say 30 seconds of voting.
I wonder if Discord is more delayed than 30 seconds. What if our voice is more delayed than 30 seconds?
That is true, and that happens, but that's
30
okay.
seconds is 30 seconds. It'll still elapse. So while you're doing that, I got a couple questions.
Absolutely.
How long do you have access to the cloud environment? I guess the course comes with cloud access?
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that some more too. So Basically, we are going to release the Terraform scripts we use to connect with Azure and deploy the basic lab environment. So once we get to that point, we will share that info out. And while we are constrained by costs on Azure, some of you will have the capacity to take the Terraform scripts, go back to your normal lives, and spin off the builds as you want to see them.
I did not expect an answer in complete.
Holy cow!
They all say
right
the exact same.
now. We are going to do this right now. So basically, again, the Sysmon modular directory. If you take really close note here, we are missing one event ID, which is the new one for Sysmon, event ID 23. Each of these directories for Sysmon modular represents Sysmon event ID 1, 2, 3, event ID 5, 6, 7, blah, all the way down. And we're missing event ID 23 right here. And if anybody needs a follow on Twitter, Olaf Hartong is the creator of this directory. Go fork the repo, help make this better. It's already amazing, but go give Olaf some love.
Before you do the demo, I was going to ask it later, but Quant wants to know why we're not using Swift on security.
Fair enough. And we talked about noise earlier. The Swift on security is, we weren't getting the level of detail we wanted. Now, if you go check out Olaf's GitHub, he talks about Swift on security being a base place to start. He started this entire project with that Swift on security. So Swift on security has laid the groundwork for the community to get better and better and better. And this particular Sysmon configuration has turned out to be better for our particular situation. That doesn't mean it will be for yours. You've got to make sure when you're rolling out things. And once we talk about the Purple Team framework, you have to have processes in place to go through things like change management. It's unfortunate. A lot of us work in environments where policies, procedures, and controls really dictate how we do business. So if you're going to start rolling out Sysmon, you've got to have some kind of test bed. We're going to lay that path out for you and try to make it as easy as possible.
Some people are saying that the repo does not have those files. I'm going to check right now just to make sure, because there's a possibility that I did not put them. It's also a possibility that you pulled the repo.
Yeah,
not before this or before this morning.
4 a.m.
Exactly. So I'm going to check really quick, make sure they're there. Jordan, if you want to start that demo.
Yep, I'm going to do that. And I am going to zoom here a little bit. We have bad blood. So those of you who were here 10 to 15 minutes early, we ran bad blood on this to create a super messy AD environment. So high five. We are in the bad blood repo. I'm going to CD, I don't know where I'm going to CD. I'm going to drop this shell and we're going to go look at Active Directory super quick. So bad blood repo, our downloads container, a bunch of tools. So in here now, under our Active Directory construct, we are going to look at administrative tools, users and computers, and look at all this mess. So now we've got some tier 0 users. We've got computer objects all over the place, staging. We've got ACLs on some of these accounts and containers that are broken. This is a great way to go test out Bloodhound. If you've never seen Bloodhound, Kent and I discussed this on our last webcast. If you're a blue teamer and you've got a CTO who just read an in-flight magazine that said, maybe you should be bloodhounding too. We bloodhounded and tried to review that tool from a blue team perspective. And it's not really that. So now we have a Bloodhound data set here that's really interesting. But we took it and ran it through Kent's Plumhound tool. And you get useful results for blue teams. So again, we got a demo lab environment, we got a demo domain, run Bloodhound, check out that tool, and then run Plumhound from a blue team perspective to see what that looks like. So now I'm in the Sysmon directory. Let's see if this is big enough. Properties. Can anybody confirm text is large enough, or do we need more?
Olaf is with us today.
I am not surprised.
Hello, sir.
Give him some love. Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate you.
If you have a big screen, I think you can make it big enough. I can read it, and I'm the old guy. So
I'm gonna blow it up just a little bit. All right, here we go. Okay, so we were in the lab Sysmon directory. And here we're going to dir. See what we got. We got Sysmon modular master. So let's jump in there. See what's in that one. And again, we should have our new file delete event ID, which is amazing. 23, event ID 23, which was added to Sysmon. Olaf, thank you for packaging this up, giving us a new config file. We do not need to regenerate the config file in here. So this one right here, the sysmon config.xml, is Olaf's generation of what's here by default. Now again, read the docs before deploying the thing, because it can be very devastating to your network if, say, you push out the group policy object for Sysmon, hit a bunch of systems, break a bunch of things. You can create a disaster.
Remember, IOPS, disk IOPS will kill workstations if you're running workstations on disk.
Absolutely. So this is the latest generation of the Sysmon config. We are going to walk through the generation process anyway, so you can see it. Why we do that is because you are going to take this tree back to your organization. You're going to make some changes in these files so that it makes sense in your terms, not ours. Ours can be default. We don't care if we break this whole thing. And maybe you just want to deploy it and run it in your lab environment. Perfect. We're going to do that. So I'm going to drop out a magnifier view here for a second. Going to go look at the Sysmon container. I'm going to copy some files around here manually. Let's see. So we should have apt master. We're in the lab Sysmon. Actually, let me show that off here real quick.
Hey, Jordan, somebody's asking, has the AD script been given out?
I beg your pardon?
Has the Active Directory script been given out?
Yeah. The lab domain build scripts. So the 4 steps we went through earlier, basically the initials, configure a log destination, install the prerequisites for AD binaries, configure and install your forest, and then add users. We did this on our other domain. So this creates the 212 controlled and contrived users. Bad blood, which is what we did on this one, configures the domain as a mess, right? Deploys as much mess into the domain as it possibly can. So then we're going to go look back at lab Sysmon.
Those scripts are in the GitHub repo we talked about.
Yep, and we're going to pull in here. Let's shift, open a command window. Whoa, buddy. So now we're in the modular directory. Let's copy paste some commands. Oh, that's a screenshot. Funny.
I want to see.
We're gonna pull the. We're headed to the GitHub repo now, bud.
APU asked a good APU asked a good question about Bloodhound. Running it in a production environment. So interesting. Yeah, typically, I think you can change that with the different add-ons, but typically it does not make changes to an environment. It only makes a lot of queries, a lot of noise, which is why if you run Bloodhound, you're going to get caught, or Sharphound, I guess I should say. So that's one of those things. Realistically, the reason someone might get upset about that is if you don't have permission. Right, we're taking the stance as we go through these labs that you've been given the authorization to kind of do all of this, right? That leadership has already said, yes, we need to do this. Here's your freedom, and go take care of this. Doing that unilaterally in your environments could yield different results, especially if you capture the ire of your other security team counterparts. They might want to know why you're running Bloodhound, and not that Bloodhound is bad, right? It's really good from a blue team. In fact, we ran an entire webcast about red team tools and how those work in blue team environments. It can be a blue team tool, but the reality of it is it's a red team tool. And the first thing someone's going to look at when they see that is, how can I get the DA from my user account? And that's what it gives you, and that's what they might be thinking when they first see those types of queries.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let me run that as admin.
Buffer overflow, yes. SIMs, properly tooled SIMs should catch all kinds of noise and be able to determine whether or not they are spikes in trends. So the thing is, Bloodhound makes a lot of queries.
Yeah, sure does. Yeah, like on your network, right? So if you're running Sysmon and you also run Bloodhound from that box, this is one of the things John talks about in that you don't really need to worry about something if it doesn't make a network connection, which is why he is super interested in Sysmon Event ID 3, which is interesting. Now let's ls in there. We're going to cd one more time. ls set execution policy. We are going to cd into the lab. Sysmon cd into modular master. ls in there. Hey.
Flying through there. Where are you at? What are you doing?
Yeah, here we are. We are in PowerShell. We are now in the directory, and I'm in a bypass mode session. I don't think I need to be, but we're going to run it anyway. Now,
So those are those files from the GitHub repo.
yeah, hang on.
And they're on your workstation or DC?
These are on the DC.
DC, awesome. Okay.
So let's properties there. Okay, let's see this whole window. Copy and pasting a command now from the GitHub repo. Hopefully.
N2X4, so the Sysmon configuration, the actual file that's generated by Sysmon modular can be ran once, and then that XML file can be copied over to those other systems. So Sysmon modular has a component that builds that configuration file for you that has all the different IOCs and then Sysmon configurations. And then you can take that configuration file and move it to the other systems. You don't need to do it each time on every system. So yeah, once you have that configuration file, you don't even need all of the other files in that repo.
Let's see if we can maximize that. Oh, okay. Nothing
Here's,
wrong with it.
Neil says you need to set the bypass execution policy for that to work.
Yeah, already done. Yeah, I don't know if you do or not. Here's our merge all command running. We should have a new timestamp on our Sysmon config file, as you see here, which is good. We are going to copy that config file out. This is dropping back into our downloads, into our Sysmon directory. So in here now, we have just dropped our recently generated Sysmon config. We are dropping in here. I wonder if I'm going to need to be an administrator of that session.
Maximize your window, Jordan.
Sure can.
And remove the magnifier out of the way.
You don't like that?
Ah, it's in the way.
Oh, that. I don't see things like that. That's been mentioned a couple times. Sorry, guys.
Sysmon 64. We also provided notes for deploying Sysmon with group policy, which is really, at the end of the day, what you want to do.
Yeah, you don't want to be running these commands on every system, right? And so, again, we're installing Sysmon eventually to every system in the environment. We'd be using group policies for that. But interesting thing is, does Sysmon need to scale? And it's like Olaf said, it does not, because all it's doing is monitoring the single system.
Yeah.
We're going to now, in the next couple sections here, attach other components that get these important logs off those systems to a place that we can hunt them.
Yep. So now we have Sysmon installed on the DC. We're going to drop onto our Windows 10 box. And in here, we are going to also see if we can paste cross box. Oh, beautiful. Nothing like demos going down in flames, right? Pretty sure we expected that.
The demo gods have spoken.
Demo gods always speak, but do they speak nicely of us?
Do the demo gods bother atheists? That's the question.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about that, CJ.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah.
We are not. So basically, we're going to follow the same process on the Windows 10 system, and we have Sysmon installed. So now we are at the point where we've deployed our configuration file, and we can start seeing fun things. Back to the slide deck. Get rid of the magnifier view. So in the Sysmon operational logs, we start to get stuff you can also do with Audit Policy. But if you don't want to bother with Audit Policy, is this good enough, Kent?
No.
No? You don't think so?
No.
Well, why not?
There's too many. Okay, so we learned the hard way that you have to configure an audit policy, and yeah, there's lots of components to get proper optics in Windows, and Sysmon is not enough. Sysmon gives you a component, but then you have to do other things to make the Windows event system grab the rest of the things. It will not do this without doing the rest of our configuration.
That is true, which audit policies, things like credential validation. If you're not doing some kind of monitoring against Kerberos, what is Tim Medine going to do to your organization?
Yeah, walk right through it.
Make a mess of the place, yeah. For sure.
So, Jordan, we did have someone ask us to bring our focus in. So I know we've had like a couple conversations going on at the same time, so we'll try to focus for you. So we're still getting Sysmon set up. We've got the configuration file created from Sysmon modular. Jordan's installed Sysmon, his PowerShell locked up for a minute. After Sysmon's installed, excuse me, he'll be able to refresh with that workstation or server and see event logs coming in on the Sysmon folder then.
Yeah, let's go take a look. See if that DC's got some fun events. So in your Windows event viewer, I'm going to zoom here in just a second. But now in our DC's event viewer, we should see Sysmon. So we're going to expand this one, Windows, and yes, I'm going to zoom right. Meow. Did you close that magnifier tool on this box, Ken?
You moved to the side somewhere.
Magnifier. So in here, in event tree, we are under applications and services, Microsoft, Windows. I'm going to click on Windows and hit S. Scroll down. We should have Sysmon, and we now have our operational logs. So it's going to start seeing all the things I do. On here, we can just open a quick command prompt and do something like, who am I? PowerShell. EP bypass, and in the next 20 seconds we're going to get event logs related to that. But back to the slide so we can keep going and we can stay on time.
I will add that for the ones looking for the syntax for Sysmon, if you check the slide deck, everything's highlighted in yellow on there. I will push one out that has the text so you can copy and paste because those are images, so we'll make note of that. And then there are a lot of questions coming in that I was answering. I'm not going to answer them. I will let CJ and the rest of the crew answer those, and then they'll bring ones to, when we stop for questions, they'll bring them up to me so we can kind of stay focused.
Yep. So Windows audits a CLI natively, right?
There's so many pieces to this. It's not.
No.
Yet for some reason we have to go and say it is now because we have to change auditing.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, it's not on anything by default, which is really sad. So Sysmon can do pretty well without configuring audit policy, but really at the end of the day, you want to configure this. Now, on the right here, I would consider this to be an insane configuration for audit policy. Not all of your systems need other object access events audited. Without the audit configuration, you don't really get stuff in event logs. You don't get stuff in event logs at all. So now, granular controls are nice, as mentioned in the slides. So if I'm monitoring my workstations, do I need to audit computer account management? The only time I think that would be triggered is if that system fell off the domain.
Yeah, true. And so here's the thing. Remember, we're going into an environment that we are going to use to hunt with. So we're okay turning everything. Don't do it in production, though.
Yeah, don't do this in production. So again, this is an insane configuration for audit policy, but again, it can get you everything you need if you can parse on your SIM. If your SIM is gigantic and you have infinite resources, this is probably how you want your audit policies configured. But probably not. So Windows command line logging is not easy. Or is it? It's easy? Not easy. Definitely not easy.
Not easy.
Take some time, right? So the detailed tracking and the audit process creation, this starts to get your command line operations pushed into event logs. This was an interesting one because without this setting, local policy may override LSDOU.
LSDOU, it's a local site domain OU. So it really comes down to how you have your policies set up and local policies as well. This guy is necessary, and it's one that, it's just one of those outliers that you start banging your head on things when it comes down to hunting and you find out you need to turn certain things on that seem trivial until you find out that if you don't have them,
You miss password sprays.
they're not trivial.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So, PowerShell configuration. You want to see PowerShell stuff. We want to see PowerShell stuff. If you can't show me what I do on your network when we test, I would almost consider the lack of visibility on your network a more serious vulnerability than us getting DA by running a few tools, like Kerber roasting. You don't catch us Kerber roasting, you're clearly not going to catch the valid authentication from the cracked tickets if you're not seeing our invoke expression where we pull things into memory, if you're not seeing obscured commands or obfuscated commands. You need to get there as a baseline. Anything you want to add on here?
So I'm going to recap again. We have Sysmon.
We have Sysmon installed.
We configured it.
Yeah, we
installed it on the DC.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is our baselines slide deck.
Yeah, so we're having to, it's more than just Sysmon, right?
It is definitely more.
We've now gone through and looked at local computer policies or group policies, which we've got those in there as well. We keep adding things to, right? So this whole slide deck is about all the things we have to turn on just to get this hunting capability, just to get these threat optics. This one is PowerShell, and PowerShell by default does not do great logging. That's what this one's about.
It absolutely does not. I think it's two events, 4103 and 4104. Those are the ones you want to catch. But there's a couple things we do here. We are configuring it through PowerShell here at the top. We're using PowerShell to configure PowerShell logging. We're increasing the size of the log with that second command. Let me highlight that increased log size on both of these. And then we are saying catch all these things. But there's other ways to do it, right? You can also do this with group policy, which is way more sane and easier to manage. So in this case, you go into your group policy management, admin templates, systems, process creation. You configure some things. You push this to the systems where if PowerShell was executed, you would want to catch them. Don't just do this to your pen tester systems, please. It's not fair.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. We're talking about, again, doing this in a lab environment. Now, when we go to deploy certain one of these these IOCs into a production environment, there's some of these group policies that you now need to enable to be able to get that visibility, but you don't want to enable all of them. So you're going to have to work backwards. You'll be able to say, I was able to capture this in our event log. How did I get that? And you have to be able to work back through all the things, figure out how you got that PowerShell transcription.
Agreed. So we want to talk about IIS for a minute because it's a relatively painful problem. I think we talked about this on probably 5 webcasts. Initially, about 2 years ago when we started down the road of learning how detection works, we figured out that we couldn't catch Mail Sniper against our Exchange box. And that was because IIS doesn't bother to write anything to the event log unless you tell it it needs to write things to the event log. It writes it to a log file that sits on disk. So unless you're going and grabbing that log file, pulling it back and processing it, you're missing password sprays, which is terrifying. Again, your lack of visibility is a more significant vulnerability than me authenticating remotely with Mail Sniper or with Burp Suite, Hydra. These authentication interactions, and I don't want to say just Exchange. If you're exposing your time card application to the public internet and it's IIS, homebrewed, it does not have event logging enabled by default. You have to go to your application pools. You've got to configure whatever is appropriate for the thing you expose. Now, IIS, again, by nature, is not logging well. I don't know what else to say. Configure this. Expand your log size. Make sure that the applications you expose to the internet are logged, because otherwise you're going to miss authentication interactions, it's absolutely terrifying.
I think what's interesting too, as you go through all these things, again, we're still adding components to this, but we've said this before, is that someone might say, hey, like, why is IIS come configured this way? Like, why? I want all the visibility. I have a web app that's important. I want all the visibility. Why didn't they just do that for me? And that goes back to, there was a, it's just a dog. IIS is awesome. So there was a day that, everything in Windows ran on IIS that was using APIs, and Exchange, ran over IIS, and what's interesting about it is that had they turned on this high level of auditing in IIS on all of their systems, they very well could have brought all of those systems down to the ground, or had to go out and double the capacity of their servers, which then becomes cost prohibitive. Times are different now. Again, we're still doing this in a lab environment, but we're doing it so we can be able to hunt. And once we have that hunting process down, we know what we need to re-enable. And doing that, we can really skinny that down. But computers are much faster than they used to be. And as long as you're not running, it already at 80% capacity, you're not going to have too much trouble. But unless you deploy this across all of your systems all at once, and a bad day.
I think the dog's name was Cerberus.
Cerberus.
Yeah.
Became Kerberos.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so let's recap really, really quick. These are some basic things that you need. These are basics, baselines, and the bottom rung of the configuration you need to begin your threat optics challenge. Moving forward, all of our organizations that run Windows domains need this as a baseline. You don't need Sysmon, but you need something, right? Carbon Black has very effective response tools. Any expensive EDR you want to run has effective logging. But if you're on a budget, Sysmon can help you. Command line auditing should be configured. If you hire a pen tester and you come in and you can't show me my logs, I personally believe that is one of the most significant vulnerabilities on your network. Thus why I would escalate that finding and push you and your organization toward better optics.
Okay, so this is the last slide of this component. Now, I want to point out that all we've done is installed Sysmon, which is now you've got logs being generated on the local system. We haven't done anything else with them yet. We haven't moved those logs anywhere yet. We're able to scale out as much as we want right now because it's all on specific systems, not moving anywhere else yet. This will be a great time for us to answer some questions, and after we do some questions, we'll take a break for a little bit.
DJ muted.
Yeah, I got it. There was a general comment about PowerShell logging being very chatty. You guys have tips, tricks, comments on that?
It can be, and we have an Elastic query we use where we go find things like Invoke, IEX, GitHub, and some other tools. So if you have a SIM, you would want a rule that escalates certain things. Now, again, this is part of that purple team, threat optics, continuous improvement, lifecycle stuff. Learn what it looks like in your environment. Improve optics, move things up the chain.
Yeah, so as we get the threat optics set up, right, so we can see what's going on, then we're going to be able to go back in and say, okay, we caught it. Now we got to figure out how we can move that line, all of that IOC, all of that processing, we can move that into production. Not the entire thing, just that one that caught that. And that way we can still keep our CPU cycles low, but catch what we need to.
People were talking about what's the baseline for your audit. This is always a continuous tuning process. We talk about running a penetration test and doing detection tuning from events that resulted out of that. You've got to be able to detect results of those kinds of attacks. So
I do see, we're going to take some questions because we have a little bit of time here. So questions about installing or using GPOs to deploy Sysmon.
Yep, I'm headed there. I'm going to show you right now. Did we put it on GitHub? I think it made it to GitHub. We have notes on all this stuff somewhere, so hang on one sec while I track that stuff down.
Definitely check out that repo, kind of navigate through what's in there. And then another question that came up quite a few times was the notice that we did not have the Sysmon binaries inside of the repo. And we can't do that because of Microsoft's EULA, but we can link to Microsoft directly. So because of that, if you're inside the repo, we have the link to where you can download Sysmon either directly from, I believe it's a zip file. You can click on it and download the zip file, or you go to the web page and it's their formal web page for Sysmon. You can download it there and read the terms of service to your delight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not get us.
Bonus materials in here somewhere?
Bonus materials are not in there.
Okay. Yeah, we'll need those pushed. I would consider the bonus materials definitely part of the build process. So as we built this thing out, we're maintaining a OneNote doc, and I deploy Sysmon with group policy, take all those notes, start a new doc or a new section in the doc, create and deploy Sysmon manually, create all those notes. We will get those shared out a few hours probably after the webcast. So we have those notes. I'm going to see if I can share them out here real quick.
Hey, Kent and Jordan, real quick, just a couple of things. One, I think the magnifier tool isn't doing anything for people looking at the screen on GoToMeeting. I think.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, you can. So you can
We can abandon that avenue.
Yeah, you can abandon that effort. And also, I have a bunch of questions here, so I'm going to really quickly go through them. So one person asks, how do you manage the volume of endpoint logs in a large organization? Some people think there's no need for endpoint logs if you have an EDR. What do you think?
Oh, that's fun. So there's a couple components to that, especially with COVID. Right now, you've got the worry of you've now got devices sitting at home that are in other places that may not be in a corporate environment that are having to maybe VPN in or send secure logs over SSL. And that's a great question. In theory, you don't have to keep logs on the workstation for a long time if you're keeping them offloaded into your repo. Now that said, you need to be able to do some risk analysis on your IR as well. How much of that data do you want to push over? Because in theory, bandwidth still has a cost in companies, maybe not on one workstation, but if you have 10,000, bandwidth is a thing you need to worry about. Now, from that perspective, though, again, do you need to keep 6 months of data on that workstation? You certainly don't need to if you're pushing off to a trusted central location. But you don't want to delete data that has not been uploaded yet. And there's a threshold for what you can handle with that. And really, that threshold, as long as you have a system that can connect to the internet, bear in mind we can send these files encrypted over the internet, and as long as there's internet connection or a LAN connection, you can get those files pushed out, and that way you can keep your system, your local system, clean of those logs. And what I would say is, later on today we're going to talk about WEC and WEF, which is a way of forwarding events, and when you forward those events, that way you can still keep your local files trimmed up, and Event Log Manager does that for you.
So if you can see the screen, this might be a good place to screenshot. Go check out SysPanda's article on the group policy deployment. It's as basic as creating a startup script that calls the provided Sysmon GPO bat file, then a group policy object to create a script, run it as startup, browse or add a script to the startup properties, and then browse to it. That's it, to push it to the systems you want to see Sysmon installed on. Now, generally, you would have a pilot group, small. Check your volumes, check your ingestors, make sure you're not overwhelming anything. Demonstrate this to your CTO, CIO, whoever it is that you need to verify and validate configuration changes for.
Awesome. And a few more. Deploying Sysmon on large 30,000 plus environments. What's the best way, do you think?
So group policy for sure. But now we're going to talk about scaling in the next slide deck. This is terrifying for some people, but you can WEC WEF to the cloud. You can WEC WEF to EMR, Hadoop. You can dump to big data processing engines. And you have to at that point, unless your your WEC cluster is 20 systems with essentially infinite bandwidth and resources. You have to move at that scale. You've got to have a processing engine.
Don't deploy without thinking about bandwidth, right? Because that could knock out entire sites if you're trying to push data over some slower WAN links and that type of thing. So things you have to think about that. Now at that point, as a Microsoft fanboy, right, I would still say, yeah, GPOs can handle that great because you have LSDOU. You can deploy group policy lots of different ways, and you can properly be able to distribute it that way. However, if you have that many systems, you probably also have another, RMM tool. You might have SCCM, et cetera, that you might find easier to tool out that way. So there's lots of tools out there. If you have that many systems, you probably already got something that you are familiar with. And if you're more familiar with deploying things in that nature, that's not inappropriate.
Yeah, agree completely.
Yep.
During the bonus folder, did you want me to push that out?
Yeah, I don't. Here, let me just make it quick. I don't see any reason it doesn't go out as part of the repo.
Go ahead, Marcello. Just another one.
Yeah, there's a bunch more, but I don't know if we'll have time to answer all of them right now. But just one more, I guess. How do you do WEF in a remote situation if the VPN is not on, does this even work? With COVID, so many domain devices are now not in the network.
It's an interesting question.
It's an excellent question. Here's what we'll say about that. Not well is going to be your first answer. And we have to acknowledge that. Right now, WEC will do a good job of sending differentials. But the way we're setting this up in this environment is to build a threat optics lab that you're going to be able to test things and be able to define your IOCs that are specific to your environment. Because remember, this lab should be similar to your production. So that's why we're using this system that is employed by Microsoft. You can use this in a LAN, in VPN states from home. You can do that with varied results. Now, if you have a production environment that does have a teleworkforce that's not on VPNs, there might be better options out there. Again, this is like specific. We took exactly what we needed to build a lab, a hunt lab in a production environment, right? Your purple team, your red team, your blue team can work in here together, but this might not be what your production looks like. So you might be going out, we might be using WEC later on today, but in your production environment, you might not be using WEC at all. You might actually be using some sort of other logging platform that sends out to Splunk or sends out to
like the universal forwarder. We talk about all that stuff. You could have any number of endpoint monitoring and tools that push logs around. WEC is just the free one that's built into Windows. So
and
we
perfect
cover that
for a lab environment. Maybe not perfect for teleworkforce.
Samba, one of those for Unix stuff that does that.
FileBeat?
Samba.
FileBeat is going to be one for Linux.
Yep, for your Debian packages, you can just apt install FileBeat, configure that YAML file to see what you're interested in.
So, okay, fair. So I would say about that is FileBeat is essentially doing what LogBeat does, or WinLogBeat does for Windows, which we haven't even talked about yet. So there's that component. We haven't talked about that yet. So we talk about FileBeat in Linux, and that's kind of the piece. But in Linux, you have platforms that you can add on that give you additional optics just within the Linux environment, right? So anything that's in var log, that's typically where all of your system logs go. So that is kind of your repository. And when you do FileBeat, you're actually telling FileBeat to look at all those logs and then send those parse logs into the rest of the platform. So to clarify that, we haven't gotten to WinLogBeat, but we're going to talk about it. But that is the similar. Sysmon is just like the add-on that's giving you additional optics in Windows.
Awesome. And I think we have time for just one more. I'm just going to put it up again. Do you think 4688 process create and 4689 process stop events are better in Sysmon? Not exactly sure what that means.
That would be, it'd be like event ID 6, I think, in Sysmon. But process creation, you get a hash.
Yeah, you get the hash.
Yeah, you get a hash in Sysmon, which is awesome, right? Because you can take that all over the place. And
don't tell your blue team that they can monitor power or monitor event logs and send everything to VirusTotal.
Good, yeah, good.
In fact,
I think Microsoft does that by default, right? Anything that touches any Windows 10 disk across the planet. That's the best AI processing engine on the planet.
SmartFilter is doing that, right?
Yeah.
So SmartFilters.
Soon to be probably the best AV product.
So to be fair, that's kind of the advantage. I'd have to go back and look at one of those records to see that Sysmon is, but the hash is there without Sysmon? I think that's the question, of course. Yeah. So those two.
I don't think so.
Yeah, those two event logs.
Imp hash, maybe? No, I don't know. I don't want to say because I don't know. But that is interesting.
I can't tell if Marcello is telling us we're wrong or we're right.
No. I don't know, to be honest. So I'm just.
I know Sysmon provides the hash.
I'm breaking. Look it up because I'm curious.
And I think we do have more, but I think. Well, we got a couple more minutes, right? Okay, wait. Let's see. Do you recommend sending all logs to Event Viewer and then deploying a method to scrape these events into a SIEM?
No. So you'll see as we go through. It can be useful. Super awesome for help desk and for IR. All right, super awesome. Again, we've deployed Sysmon is all we've done so far. The rest of these components are going to get to the point where you no longer have to go to a workstation to get the threat optics from the workstation. That's what we're leading up to, right? So once we're at that point, the workstations just have to be online and we're going to get that threat optic feed. We don't need to worry about logging into a workstation to get those event files. And all of that data is going to be stored on our Helk server eventually.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
In the next 2 hours? 3 hours. Next 3 hours, we're going to get there.
Awesome. And then finally, do you still recommend to enable event ID 4688 in Sysmon? I'm assuming yes.
It's process creation, which is like event ID 6 or 7, I think. And yes, definitely. Because of those additional details. Those are things that some ingestion engines want. Like if I want to search a hash, let's say a bad file ended up in a box and I get the hash from Sysmon, I want to go see if that showed up anywhere else, right? Somebody made a copy and pushed it around and did their malware. Like that hash gives me an opportunity to search globally.
Okay, so 4688, 4689 with Windows traditional event monitoring does not have the hashes in them. Now, when you use Sysmon, it's going to grab that hash for you, and they do end up being different event log numbers then. Now, you'll actually be able, if you have 4688 and 89 enabled with Sysmon, you're going to end up with 2 sets, and that is okay. I mean, it's, again, when we're in this environment, we're trying to get as much visibility as we can that we think might be useful for us. When you go to push into production, you're going to know as you deploy these things into production that you don't need both. And when you know you don't need both, you trim it down to the one that's going to be most beneficial, which is probably going to be just your hash, right? Just the one with the hash, which is going to be the Sysmon variant.
Yep.
Okay, I think that's, unless Kelsey has a couple more questions, I think that's it for now. So, take it away.
Excellent. Break time.
I think, yeah, we got break time. Jason, is it 10 or 15 minutes, Jason?
It is 10 minutes. So we will return 10 minutes from now, so 11. So either you two can take a break and I can fill time, or we can rapid fire some more questions, but I think we just did that. So do you all want to have a minute of downtime?
Oh, maybe
I'm going to grab water that's not a Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We'll take a legitimate break here for a few minutes and let everyone just take a moment. If you have questions, you can always go ahead and ask them. And if we find an opportunity time to submit them. For those of you that are here for the very first time, thanks for being here. This is what a Black Hills webcast and training and workshop are alike. This is a lot like what the Walrus Hacking Fest training classes are, except it's smaller audience. You have a private Discord channel where you can talk directly to the instructors. And so that is what we do for the paid trainings. The free ones, it's a bigger audience, so it's we do the best at scale. So, speaking of, if you haven't heard, John Strand released a Pay What You Want training class. And this is an intro level class. So we recommend it for people who are either transitioning into information security, or people in college, or people brand new. And someone asked me the other day, they asked if it was good for people new to the industry. And yes, this is good for people new to the industry. So I'm going to post that link in here. And it is a legitimate Pay What You Want. So once you get to the page, you'll see a bunch of different discount codes. And you just put in the code that you want. And if you want to pay $0, it is $0. If you'd like to pay full price, it's full price. And we're anywhere in between. And that is something that we're doing. And John's rationale behind it is he's doing what he can to break down barriers and gates to information security. Now, the other classes are $395, and that is the least amount of money we can charge and still maintain the staff, the infrastructure, the ability to do what we do, plus the amount of hours that we're out doing the training. Because if we weren't doing that, we could just be doing pen test or something else instead. So $395 is the least amount that we could charge for classes and still be able to break even. So if you have any questions about that, feel free to ask. But John, I'm really excited about the Pay What You Want. We've already had 1,000 people register, and we have plenty of room for others. So it went on Twitter, went kind of viral. Hey, Kitty, making an entrance. So there's some people here that were on the active defense training class that John gave, and they will remember that Kitty attacked my laptop when I stepped away for a minute, triggered the camera and microphone, and then started, as he was laying on the keyboard, it was like, bah, bah, burp, burp. So John called me while I stepped away, and I came running back, and all you see was like in the video. So,
Luckily, Kitty can't do 2FA.
yeah. It's the whole reason I used a cat laying on a keyboard for BB's upcoming webcast, because I was attacked. All right. So, let's see.
Are seats limited for the Applied Purple Team course? Yes, they are.
Yeah. So we do put a cap on each class. That cap is based on the author and what they feel they can teach. And then we normally dial it back a little bit beneath that. So if they feel like they can teach this many, we're like, yeah, let's go here just to make sure that we provide as much quality as we possibly can.
Yeah. How many is it on the Purple Team class?
I don't think we've set a cap on that one yet. We start at 125 students, and then from there we make some incremental changes. So Bo's class just capped at 200 students. So we feel we could do 250 adequately with Bo's class, but we capped it back at 200. And then we made it available for August. So Bo's training class for breaching the cloud is available for his August session. I've already had like 20 people sign up for that.
Here's a tricky political question.
Okay.
Are your trainings worth more than SANS?
I think that's a statement. Your trainings are worth.
What if this question? Look, everyone at Black Hills, as far as I know, is a big SANS fan.
Yeah.
We've all gone to SANS courses. We love it dearly. You should, like it's in college, like, is this course worth more than that course? It depends on where you are and what you got. There's difference in content for sure, and delivery and everything else. So yeah.
I think from our perspective too, CJ, is it's important to democratize kind of what we're doing in this training. So I think that's important, and we tried to make it affordable. So.
Is Wild West Hack and Fest virtual this year? We have not made a decision on that. That decision will be made on June 15th, and then we'll put out the appropriate messaging based on whatever decision we do make. If it's not completely virtual, all of our future events will be virtual and in person, which means we have a team that's doing a virtual con for people all over the world that can't make it to Wild West Hack and Fest. And then we have the people on the ground that do the in-person, and then we're looking at ways of merging those two things together so that the people who are virtual feel like they're there, and the people that are there can also participate virtually. So we're looking at how can we bring those two things together.
We prefer live like nobody's business.
Yeah. Yeah, some people, they ask us, is this class going to be made available on demand? And it's like, kinda. But we really prefer this interactivity because you can watch a video, and we have the stats on how much people watch videos, and it's not much. So out of the 100 people who ask for a video, we send them the video, and then we can see the statistics that 5% of the people actually watched it, and 1% of the people made it through to the end. Now, you may be that use case scenario where you're the person who wants to watch it all the way through the end, and I get that. But for the most part, people really like this, the back and forth, the being able to converse in Discord and go to webinar and get your questions and stuff answered. So we realize that this is what people really want, but we know that you can't do that all the time. So we do make the recordings. We're just working out what acceptable platform is best for the recordings.
Muhammad is looking for purple team training, which for us is not really a thing because a purple team is just when a red team works with a blue team and they communicate and basically create a learning.
Hang on, CJ.
It means a lot to me, CJ.
Yeah, we have designed
I see your course, but is that applied purple teaming? All right.
We are calling our method of planning, attacking, hunting, defending, and documenting how you can purple team easily produce a single-page ingestible document for your executive teams, councils, whoever you have to report to, a purple team methodology. So we are releasing that to the public.
We're going to talk about it at the end of the day. But the larger class we have as the exercises. All of the labs are purple team labs. So it's a completely different way of thinking about things and a collaborative way that, in our opinion, works with the people that we've walked through and did tabletops. It works, and we definitely want the feedback, but we're going to be pushing that out pretty soon as a public thing where everybody can have the opportunity to try it out, check it out, and yeah. But yes, the training's there. If you want experience doing purple team stuff, that's what our course is. Our course will also cover how do you set that up? What's the business side of trying to do that?
And if you go watch that last webcast, we hint at a lot of the methodology in using red team tools as blue teamers, learning what that process looks like, because you can't effectively defend a network if you don't know what Bloodhound does, or produces. You can't really effectively catch past the hash attacks if you've never seen crack map exec. That's it, Marcella. And thanks for the updates. Fanboy. Sorry, man.
Fanboy.
Had to.
Someone asked, could we make our timings better for Asia? So
No. Sorry.
but we.
I'm so sorry.
It's one of the reasons that it's one of the reasons we broke our classes into 4-hour chunks across 4 days or 5-hour chunks across 3 days, because we can hit a wide range of time zones. So people on the West Coast
destroy the production of an entire day.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So we've seen that when people ask their work, like, "Hey, can I take 4 hours off each afternoon?" And then we poll the students who are actually taking the class, and we're like, what do you think about 2 full days or this? And they're like, yeah, 4 days, 4 hours a day, because it's easier for your brain to retain 4 hours of information at a time instead of 2 8-hour days. But guys, it is break time is over, so I'm gonna get out of here and turn it back over.
Back to work. We lost your audio, boys.
Yeah, click the mute button, which I don't love on these Yetis. It's the only thing that I don't really love about the Yetis. So anyway, I'm doing a little prep work for the lab that's going to come up here pretty quick, where I'm importing the provided GPOs into our environment. I don't want to have to do this 5 times for all of you, so I'm going to do a couple real quick. So now I've imported an RDP rule with associated firewall rules. These are provided again as templates. Windows remote management. This is something you want to see.
These are in the GitHub repo.
Yep, these are provided as part of the course material. These are things that are required if you're going to do this. The entire WEF process utilizes WinRM to communicate. There's also permissions required. So if we go look in here, we should see event log readers having some privileges to do some things. I'm going to have to edit this right here, but so there's some stuff that happens in event log readers that happens on the network that you need WinRM for this to fully function. But we have provided all those GPOs as baselines. You may have to change some configuration parameters to match your environment, but default domain policy like RDP, we want to be able to RDP to our workstations, and we create the firewall rule. So there's a few GPOs we're going to talk about here in just a minute. Slide deck is inbound. One moment, please. Let me find that guy. We
320
are ready to talk about.
So again, last time we talked about Sysmon and some local system changes, a couple of group policies there. You could do them with group policies, but about getting the local workstation, the domain controller, up to getting their own threat optics working just on their own. So this next section, we're going to talk about event handlers, WEF, and event subscriptions again.
Yeah, some scaling, some considerations, lots of stuff, moving parts, all the bits and pieces you need. So a quick recap. We're going to recap at the beginning and end of each slide deck. At this point, all we've really done is generated a Sysmon configuration file that's appropriate for our environment. In our environment, we want to see everything because it's a lab. We want to be able to catch stuff. As purple teamers, we will eventually want to plan out an attack. We're going to keep saying Bloodhound. We want to be able to plan out an attack, run it, see it in Sysmon, make sure it gets caught. We want that to get picked up, packaged, forwarded along to our ingester, indexed by the backend Elasticsearch, making it searchable in Kibana, thus documentable. Is that a word? Documentable for our purple team process. Thus, we can go to our CIO, CTO, executive councils and say, hey, look, if someone runs Bloodhound on our network in the future, I can confidently catch it almost every time. Again, we've talked about this. Sysmon on our endpoints. Through event forwarding, we push over to our WEC. Your WEC will probably not be a production DC. Those are ingested by Logstash, which listens on TCP 5044, which dumps that data into Elasticsearch, which does some indexing. And then we go look at those results with Kibana. Hopefully some Sigma rules. We haven't really talked about Sigma. I'm not even sure if we have Sigma slides.
So
and then
this component, where is this component at in this map?
I don't know I guess, what are you suggesting? So this is one system. Is that what you're saying?
No, we just looked at Sysmon, right? So the last component was just the upper left-hand corner.
Oh yeah, thank you. We are moving now over here for this slide deck, which is our event collection, event forwarding configuration. So what is an admin to do with all these logs, Kent?
Here's the thing, you don't want them to sit. The question was earlier, how do we deal with all this? So everything's going onto the system right now. You've got Sysmon, PowerShell, transcripts and everything running on the system. Gathering information. That's great information to gather. We have to do something with it now. And you can use lots of different tools for this. In our environment, what we're going to use is WEF, right? Windows Event Forwarding. We're going to take events that are on one place and push them to a centralized location temporarily, right? So bear with us here. But what's interesting about here is there are restrictions about this. Pretty much any service you use, there is some sort of finite capacity to right sizing. Now, WEF is going to work really great for us because we don't have 10,000 nodes in our small little hunting lab, right? But your production might. So you have to consider, is Windows Event Forwarding going to work for me? Or is there another tool that might work better? Other considerations we need to make about bandwidth and that type of thing.
And don't WEC on your domain controller, especially in production. So let's just repeat that.
So we're going to
by a defer guy. Thank you.
What we're going to do in this lab is we're going to set up Windows Event Collector, and we're going to do that from the domain controller. Now, just like they said, do not do that on a domain controller. You don't want to put that somewhere else. If you can, a dedicated server that's going to have all the IAPs necessary to handle that data. But again, you want to put it there as opposed to on a DC. Don't make your DC do all the services in the environment. That brings back memories of small business server 2000.
Yeah, 2000, 2003, and 2008. That was it.
Yeah.
Right? There were 3 years of small business server, and Microsoft said, this is a horrible idea. This isn't working.
Yeah, put everything
Too much
on one
support.
server. So talk about those finite capacities there.
Absolutely. So this definitely, these numbers are Microsoft published numbers, right? So if you are running in the range of 0 to 5,000 events per second, a SQL or a SAM is acceptable. Up to 50,000, I'm guessing it's probably less than that. Your SIM can ingest and handle. Now, if you have 10 gig uplinks, you have SSDs, you have infinite cores, you can probably get away with the top end of that recommendation using your SEM, the SEM you have wherever it sits. Now, once you get into the range of, I have 30,000 workstations, 1,000 servers, I've got applications dumping logs everywhere, we talk about Hadoop, HD Insight, data lakes. We talk about these things, and what they are is big data. They can handle ingestion in clustered format. So it doesn't matter how much, well, it does matter because there's always finite capacities, but really you can ingest mountains of data, have them processed meaningfully, and still not choke your endpoints because they're sitting on a pile of logs that can't forward.
And remember, disk IOPS is a thing too. Right? The more of these configurations you put out to a workstation into your production environment, you kind of have to be able to don't push them all at once, right? Do a pilot. Make sure the IOPS aren't insane that slows the system way, way down.
Yeah, this is an interesting question. It might be political too. What's the difference between SEM and SIEM? SEM, as Microsoft says it here, I believe is Security Event Management, and then SIEM, just another acronym. So Windows Event
acronyms.
Go ahead, CJ. What's that?
I said death to acronyms.
Yeah, acronym soup. I wonder how many have crossed our lips already, and how many at the end of the day.
Oh, but there will be more.
Oh, there will absolutely be more. I've said WEC, WEF probably 130 times already.
1,000,000 times.
So Windows Event Forwarding is a push or pull process. It's not going to do both. We configure ours to push, right? So events show up on our endpoint that is configured with our Windows Event Forwarding GPO. It then goes out to connect to our lab box on that 5985, which is HTTP. I believe it's still wrapped in Kerberos authentication, so there is some encryption on it, but we'd still recommend you using HTTPS on 5986 here in this slide. So deploy via GPO. This is not a manual configuration thing. Just use group policy to do this on your endpoints.
You could use an RMM tool. I mean, yeah, I still say use group policy though, because that's what it's made for, is things like this.
Yeah, this is true. Very, very easy to deploy the top end of this. So your Windows Event Collector, WinRM, QC, if you're not enabling WinRM with group policy, and WecUtil, QC. Both quick configs, yes, enter, boom, up and running.
Wait. So just so for CJ's sake, what is QC?
Quick configuration.
What is WinRM?
Just say quick configuration, for God's sakes.
No, it's WinRM QC. This is the command. I'm
Sounds
simply
like
repeating.
quality control to me.
Okay. So this one's interesting too. The WS management protocol must also be supported. Log forwarding performance considerations, the refresh, and there's also another setting that defines how many events per second. There's also configuration inside your subscriptions or your event channels that says minimize latency, maximize latency, or normal, right? And we generally want to recommend minimize latency so that events that happen at your workstations are forwarded as quickly as possible.
That is there for a reason too. I mean, again, when you go back to those questions about right sizing bandwidth, that's why these options exist. The default may or may not be appropriate for you. So
yeah, that's true. And this refresh, this is interesting. This is maintaining the heartbeat between a WEC and a WEF. So each Windows Event Collector ends up with a registry entry. I apologize. Each event forwarding system ends up with a registry entry on the Windows Event Collector. So this refresh maintains the heartbeat. I believe it just hangs on if they're not communicating. And then once they reestablish communication, let's say after an hour, the event logs are then pushed at whatever defined rate is in your group policies. Delivery oh yeah, I talked about this, didn't I? Minimize latency, minimize bandwidth, or normal. Again, we generally recommend normal's fine or minimize latency. It's going to depend on your environment as always.
So I think too, I kind of see some chatter in Discord about having to support these infrastructures, these threat optic infrastructures. And from this perspective, right, we're kind of setting all this up. We're following a methodology that came from that map that we had, right? The one where we've got Sysmon that goes into WEC-WEF and then down to HELC. That's kind of what we're following right now. When you go to production, you don't, as one person, like take, this is my threat optic, these are all its dependencies to get that optic, and the IOC chain, right? You don't just take that and deploy it, right? There is a clear document chain of everything that has to happen so it gets piloted and tested. And when we talk about later supporting this infrastructure, every one of these ends up with like a piece of paper that says how you did it. And that's those playbooks. And we'll talk about playbooks later on.
Yep. More about the collector. So the registry is an interesting thing because it continuously expands as you add more WECs, right? For the individual that asked about, well, I have 30,000 systems, what do you want me to do? Yeah, well, each Windows Event Collector can only handle at maximum 10,000 registry entries for forwarding clients. Also, don't push more than 10,000 events per second to a single collector. You have to cluster. You have to up your game once you get into these numbers. So MapReduce on AWS is a relatively inexpensive auto-scaling option.
So these are numbers that are these are quantified numbers, right? Not just ones that we got from experience. What was just came up in Discord is that they see failures between 5,000 and 7,000.
Which I don't doubt at all.
Yeah. So we know that 10,000 is like a limit, a theoretical, practical limit. If you're seeing it at 5,000 to 7,000, that's reasonable. And yeah, the more systems you put forcing at this, the more logs you're bringing in, you're going to fill those pretty quick. And the idea, if you can drop down those the events per second by filtering only or bringing in only what you need to, we're still bringing everything in. That's why you're going to have these outlandish numbers. I mean, if you look at the security log on a domain controller, it's insane. Just think about that. In the end scope of what we're doing, we want logs that matter. We don't want logs that don't matter. And that's our end goal here, is to build the threat optics so we can see it. And then later on, we're going to get to what we need out of those.
Exactly. I threw Kinesis in here because it provides a pretty similar picture to that of our WEC-WEF model, right? Forwarding event logs into subscriptions, processing, forwarded onto SIEMs. Amazon Kinesis is another way you can do this. These are endpoint installed agents. And guess what? It lands in the cloud. You don't have to worry about processing engines, maintenance, auto scaling, all of those things. You hit a certain capacity on your cluster, your Amazon cluster, it automatically spools more resources. So auto scaling, I don't know if like the cloud isn't the future. I don't know if we can do this on-prem as well as Amazon. And that makes me mad. Like generally speaking, I can't do this as well as Amazon, and that's why this is in here.
If we were a cloud first organization, we would have not had anything local done. We would have just said the first place you put this all is in the cloud. And that's not always practical for everybody. A lot of small businesses, some are doing that already. Some can't do that because they don't have the capacity to do that, we'll say. And then other ones, they're jumping on other providers that set it up for them. And then you've got large organizations that have huge assets in data centers, and other large organizations that lease large assets from data centers. So yeah.
Yeah, agree completely. It's really, it's going to be hard for on-prem compete in any way with the scalability of cloud, which, I mean, if you have to have people to maintain your disks, your servers, your systems, watch them, monitor them, scale them, it's hard to scale that against cloud infrastructure. It just is. It's too bad. Yeah.
Hey, Jordan.
Very funny comments in chat. CJ, how are we doing?
Pretty good. Okay. A lot of discussion. This is a very engineering-based stuff, right? The answer is always, it depends. Can you provide examples of logs that matter?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's coming up. We have interesting event IDs in one of these next few slides. I promise. They're coming.
Right.
Logs that matter. Yeah, we got them. Keep going, CJ. Yeah. What you got?
Everything on the domain controller. I don't know.
Everything. The security log. That's what you want to copy, everything.
I mean,
that's a joke.
But no, that's you have to have that. Not if
you're not wrong.
You can filter event types out, right? You can scrub it and filter it. Someone's just asking, they're having log overload. And I'm like, either take live incidents you've had and figure out which logs are not providing any value, which logs are not used. Or have an IR tabletop to do that.
Here's the thing, CJ. So take your large enterprise environment where all of your users are working. Don't do any of this there.
Yeah.
You build out a lab with this type of situation, with this type of engineering.
Mirrors your environment. You take your images, push your images into your new lab.
And that is where you build this out with this high level of auditing, high level of optics, right? And then later on, as we go through, we're going to start hunting for things. And as you hunt for things, you don't have to go back and turn all these things on because they're already there. You just have to say, I found this threat. What was the dependencies to get that threat? Take that dependency chain, put it into a pilot in production in your environment, and the pilot can determine whether or not it's going to be cost prohibitive for you to do that. That's going to be able to determine whether or not you're going to kill your bandwidth, kill your CPUs, kill your IOPS. That's where that's at. So this environment will absolutely be very, very noisy, and it's on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the continuous improvement note in this is you have to have somewhere to start. And if you're at 10,000 systems and you're not monitoring well, you're blind because you're overwhelmed. You've got to making the argument for resource utilization, which is here, have some time to go improve our stuff. Build the lab environment with your images. Deploy some way you can take a lab, do things in the lab, and refine your processes. Make your Sysmon configuration tighter. Whatever SEM you're using, whatever endpoint agents, you've got to find a way to continuously improve your logging, or we're blind from DOS, right?
So
I call it a denial of clue attack.
I'm gonna. CJ wants a easy button.
No, I already got it.
Yeah,
Battery must be there.
there it is.
Yes, thank you.
So we acknowledge this is not easy, and let's be real about it. It's not easy, but at the same time, it's also not hard. But it can be resource. I won't say intensive, but resource consuming, we'll say.
This is a problem in industry in general, and this is why people buy tools, and they're looking for silver bullets. You'll notice that we're not really handing you guys answers. We're handing you a methodology for getting to answers, and it's just...
Here's the thing.
Yeah, you've got to get them yourself.
If the question is, there's this tool that'll do this for $60,000, you tell me I can do it for free. No, we're telling you that you can do it without paying $60,000. Now,
to a third-party vendor.
Yeah. Now, in your organization, you have to do that cost-benefit analysis to determine which one is the right answer. You know, we're saying it can be done without a huge investment. But there's still, I mean, the larger you go, you still have to be able to support this infrastructure, and that absolutely does come with the cost. And some of that cost
My problem with like MSSPs, people go to that as a magic button that they'll take care of all this. It still takes detection tuning with them.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Atomic Red Team. You got an MSP you don't like? I don't think this slide is in here. Or you're wondering if they're doing effective work? Kill antivirus on your box, install Atomic Red Team, and do some credential dumping. If your MSP doesn't call you, that's probably contractually like negligence.
Consider this. If your MSP, say for example, you're a radio station, right? You have an MSP, they're protecting your IP, they're protecting your networks. They're also doing that for retailers and for lawyers and for manufacturing companies. So you have to, are they experts in all of that, or do you have someone on your staff that actually knows your stuff really well? And that's where you have to start thinking about that risk-benefit analysis, the cost of all this, because sometimes you have employees in your organization that honestly might do better than an MSSP will at defining your specific threat vectors, right? And you have to be able to acknowledge that.
Yeah. MSPs are tough. They're in a tough position too, right? Profit-driven, need to keep growing, want more systems, want maximum output for minimum work, and it's the other side of that is a good MSP can save your bacon. Yep. Let's say you have 30 employees, 30 computers, and 4 servers. You don't know virtualization as the IT person on staff, and you don't know firewalling and IDS, IPS configuration.
But what you do know is how to run your business, because that's why it's your business.
Yeah.
You might be really well inclined to get an MSSP that will handle it for you.
Yeah. Not all are bad. It's tough. That's a tough business for sure. That is a very tough business.
So where are we at right now? We're on Windows E Event Collection.
Yeah, we're going to talk about creating subscriptions, even though we're not going to do it this way. We're going to create channels, which is okay. A Windows Event Collection, you basically right-click on subscriptions and say, yeah, I do want to fire up the subscription service. Subscriptions then allow you to, like I think a couple slides up, you're going to see the NSA's guidance, NSA Cyber's guidance on event log forwarding, which utilizes subscriptions. We're actually going to use a Palantir repo, which utilizes event channels, and it's okay. It depends on which way you want to go. Again, depends on your network versus our network. And so creating subscriptions and then working with them. So Microsoft has defined a whole lot of information around this in that there's a baseline configuration for all systems. These are the events you should be capturing on every box. Then there's suspect configurations. We're back into looking at the audit policies. what do we want to capture? What do we need to capture to meet those expectations of our executive team in accordance with their risk scale? Do we want to see everything or do we not care? Paralyzing paranoia versus complete and utter disregard for anything.
Again, why is this not all turned on by default?
It's hard. Yeah, if you turn it all on and nobody looks at it, what's it matter?
Well, yeah.
If your security culture is such that bad passwords are generalized and there's stuff written down and everybody can access your every single file share, and then you probably don't care about this stuff. That's a cultural shift that will only probably happen from breach, right? Something bad happening to that organization will cause that to move up the chain. Security is cultural and it's challenging.
So here's something to consider on this too, and I know it's kind of a aside from this, but we're saying that you can go do these things, right? And in reality, you've already got a ton of stuff else that you need to do. And later we can talk about what that means. What does a purple team mean? Does it mean you start pulling resources together, you reassign them? Or, and what we do later on is we actually justify the position. So we'll talk about that later, but it is interesting from the perspective of who does this, right?
So yeah, now we're talking event subscriptions versus event channels. We are going to utilize event channels in our lab environment. So then back to the subscriptions. This is an XML filter, an XPath query. This basically specifies what events I'm interested in a particular set, create a subscription, and then push that down to our Windows event forwarders. We then get back a container of event logs related to these things.
Here's something interesting. Although that looks like you should be able to copy and paste it, not the fact because it's in a PowerPoint and it's a screenshot, but when you're actually in the dialog to do this, you can't copy and paste it. You actually have to drop down the tool. It'd be awesome if I could just select and copy. It doesn't matter now because we don't even do it this way, but
this is one we probably want on our DCs. Why? We're catching additions to privileged groups.
Yes, sorry, I had to look at the numbers.
No, you're good. For sure. So this is the NSA Cyber repos event forwarding XPath container, basically, right? So all of these are XPath queries to meet what is defined in the subscription. These then get imported and act as a baseline. They may not meet your baselines, and they may be long for your baselines. Remember, everything depends.
Can you go back to the last XPath? Okay, so these really are it's just selecting events, right, that we want to highlight and make interesting. And the NSA has made these in aggregate, I believe, to kind of help us build those baselines. So we talk about baselines, we're actually talking quantified numbers and stuff.
Yes, exactly. So here we've got all of the things they are interested in us catching as a baseline. Now, I personally believe Palantir's baselines are better and the repo is better maintained. So we have upgraded our deployment of Windows Event Forwarding to support Palantir's channels. Now, that depends again on how you want to manage and maintain. You may want to go configure the entirety of your own subscription baselines.
So consider this. These are XML files. XML is not fun, as someone just pointed out, but you can read them and you can know exactly what they're doing and you can modify them as you would need. Because again, when you go and have this all in your lab environment and you go to move to production, you're going to look at one of these and be like, I don't need all of this. I just need this one piece out of here. That's the piece I'm going to snip out and put over here. So just because we're skipping over it and saying, look at all of these, in reality, when you go start hunting, you're going to need to know what's in each one of those.
And then this next slide where we talk about, finally, some fun event IDs, some things you ought to be catching. There's more, a lot more than this, but these are important event IDs, logons and logoffs, right? Mm-hmm. The 4624 coupled with 4625, when we do a password spray against an environment, we see a flood of 4625s, and somewhere buried in there is a 4624. Maybe 3 4624s because you're using a bad password policy on your network. So the things on the left are Microsoft's baseline recommendations. Some of those important event IDs are on the right. Anything you want to add there?
I just like the fact that 4688 pops in there again, and we're saying important event IDs because we want to know. And again, We want to know because that way we'll be able to, it's another good check for Sysmon to make sure that as there's a 4688, there was a event 6, I have to go back and look, but there's a process creation. So you can kind of line those, and that really goes back to those hashes that we want in there.
Yep, agreed. So,
A quick insertion. Is there any delta with collecting like an AD logs in Azure? Is it just really work the exact same?
definitely. So, Azure, okay, there's two ways to look at this. Like, do you want to log your Azure infrastructure? Excellent. If so, that is Azure Sentinel. You'd have to deploy and configure something custom in there to get your Azure infrastructure logging to in a way that allows Elastic to ingest it. Now, if you're running a Windows domain on Azure, that's a different conversation, right? Because then we're talking about right here what we're talking about. So, like an Azure infrastructure and its boundary container is logged to Sentinel, generally. You can log it elsewhere, but that is the one we rely on. So, again, if your domain is operating in Azure, you would use the same stuff we're talking about today. Does that make sense? Answer that question, CJ?
And I like the idea too. This entire Hunt lab could be in Azure.
Yeah, and will be soon with Terraform.
I think good enough, gents. Good enough.
Yes, Windows AD and Azure AD are different things.
Yeah, very different things.
Cousins.
Yep. So now we're gonna talk about some more of the demo. Hopefully the gods smile upon us and things go well. We're gonna edit a couple group policies. We're gonna kind of talk through it. Can't keep questions coming if you want while I'm clicking and typing in the background.
Some people have asked that you minimize the slideshow when you're showing the screen, the command line stuff.
Let's see. And I assume that resolution is miserable.
Yeah, I can read it. A little rough.
It's not that bad for me, but I guess it depends on the resolution size.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to be clicking around. Go ahead and talk, ask questions.
I do appreciate the feedback for Azure Event Hub. So
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
for ingestion. So yes, definitely. You know, as we see I still talk about Azure. When I talk about Azure in local networks, I still call them VPCs because that's where I started, working on VPCs and AWS. So yeah, there's going to be consistent parallel systems that can do this. And again, in our environment, we're doing this as though it was on-site, on-prem, or in the cloud, but we're doing it as a on-prem from that perspective, just for the threat hunting. And as you deploy into production, you're going to have to appropriate that.
Jordan, is it effective for you to kind of narrate what you're doing instead
Yeah,
of?
well, absolutely. I'm going to talk about it. I just reconfigured something. I'll definitely talk about that.
Okay, no worries.
Where we are here, we're in group policy. I am looking at the WinRM. Oh, this is actually a WEC policy, but basically what we're saying here is...
You might take a step back.
Yeah.
So before we started this section, we really quickly imported the GPOs. Do you want to show what your process on that was?
Yep. So what we're going to do here, we are going to go into...
So you went into group policy objects. You can create a new one. And
I'm going to delete this one because I shanked this one. We're going to talk about not WinRM. I'm going to rename this to WEF because this is our WEF policy. But basically, I'm going to create a new group policy object. I'm going to call this one WinRM. And I am just going to import provided settings. So under WinRM, import settings, next. Where is this configuration chunk? We put it in the APT master under lab GPOs, and then the enable WinRM and firewall rule. So then we're going to just go ahead and import that. And now we have, in theory, a functional WinRM policy, which includes the firewall rule for WinRM. I can now go apply that WinRM rule to the domain. So I right-click, link an existing GPO, attach my new WinRM GPO, and that will show up now on the systems in our domain. You want to talk about GPO refresh? I know you like this stuff.
Do I really need to talk about GPO refresh?
Is it still a thing, like offsets?
Of course it's still. Site link values, the cost of site links are still a thing in 2020 because someone somewhere is still running paired ISDN links, and their replication traffic will destroy their internet. I do want to point out there's multiple ways to import GPOs too. The way that we do it, so we've been AD admins for a long time. One of the ever going into group management or group policy management should be scary.
Huh. Yes, that's true.
So it is not right now because we're in a lab, right? But anytime you go to your production, it should be scary.
Easy.
Hit the easy button. Because if you accidentally like swipe click, bad things can happen and millions of dollars can go bad really
Disappear
fast.
really quick.
So, we do certain things and like we don't drag drop too much in here. We'd rather right click and go to the appropriate place to change it that way because it means everything's intentional and we are slowing ourselves down. And sometimes like, well, there's a faster way to do it. Absolutely. Yeah, like sure. There definitely is. But we've learned from experience. I've broken too many things in my time. I know where I need to slow down and be like, hey, someone look over my shoulder and make sure I don't do something stupid here. I'm not making any insinuations. Just saying that I have done stupid things on accident, being click happy before. And it's good to slow yourself down and make sure you're intentional about things.
So yeah, we just basically demonstrated the import process of the provided GPOs. Now I want to look at one of these. I want to look at the WEF because there is an edit you need to make in here for your environment. So under our WEF, again, we import settings, next, browse. Under the lab GPOs, we have provided a Windows event forwarding GPO. So that's the one we would select. We would say next. Here's the GPO and the time it was built with the description. Just make sure this matches what you're applying. And then we say next and finish, but I've already imported it. And I'm going to attach that to the top level of my domain because I want all the systems in there forwarding events. So that is a very high-level overview of import process for group policy objects. I have also attached the workstation auditing GPO, which is imported in the same manner, right? You just create a blank GPO, new, import, and then you select, right-click, import settings. Again, go navigate to the matching GPO we provided, which are, I guess, about 5 in all. A DC auditing policy. And this is one we ought to talk about for just a second. This is the Microsoft DC auditing baseline policy as defined by Microsoft. This is what they're saying you have to catch. Your environment may utilize more, need less. It depends. But what we have in here, audit process creation, include command line events, back up the log when it's full. We increase the size of the logs because small can be bad if systems drop off your domain. So then we're doing that for these various logs. We also turn on PowerShell logging. So when we do things now like exit and launch a command window and do PowerShell -EP bypass and then like net user applied password APT 1988.
Hold up, what are you doing right there?
I am adding a user at the command line so that hopefully, because of the applied GPO, eventually we will see this in our ingestion tool. So we'll see if that shows up later. What's interesting about WEC and WEF is the system can be offline and they will catch up the log events back in time. So historical events will forward once reconnected. So again, let's recap. Take a deep breath. We have created some GPOs that were blank. We imported those GPOs to match. We made sure all of our systems had WinRM, which is this one, and an associated firewall rule. So inside the container for this class, we have APT master, lab GPOs, and we have provided 6 GPOs. We're only using 5 of them because we manually installed Sysmon, but what we have is enable remote desktop on your remote systems and the firewall rule, enable WinRM on your remote systems and the firewall rule. We're going to configure enhanced DC auditing, which is a baseline. We're going to configure an enhanced workstation auditing, which is a baseline. And then we are going to configure those systems to forward events as defined.
Can we take a second?
Absolutely.
I've got a cookie of knowledge, of best practice knowledge. BP, the big BP. All right, go back to your management console window for me, if you could.
Oh, I love this. Yes. And I did not do this for
Can you
them.
click on Windows Firewall? Yeah, just go back to the summary page of one of those GPOs.
Yep. Settings.
Probably the DC auditing mode is a good one.
Okay.
All right, so there is something not aligned to best practices here.
This is absolutely accurate. So we want to go to scope.
No, so this is interesting. So what's not the best practice here? If you go back to scope, you can see it.
Yep.
So actually, no, the settings.
It's settings.
Yep. So in here, we can see the high-level summary of what the group policy is going to change. And we see that in this case, all the settings are inside the computer configuration, and it says enabled. There are no setting changes underneath the user configuration. Now, group policy admins are going to know why this is important, because the user configuration policies are going to apply to users, and the computer configuration policies are going to apply to computers, despite the fact that computers and users are both user objects in Active Directory. Interesting thing, right? So, at least in schema, they look similar is the point.
They are objects.
Here's what's interesting. Later on in the other class, we talk about best practices for Active Directory, and we talk about that aligning OUs in a meaningful way. And when you align OUs to meaningful ways, everything in here, Microsoft doesn't give you these options for no reason, right? Loopback processing is something that you should never use, but it's actually there for like very, 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 very specific purposes that these days no one should actually do. Hey, how about WMI filtering? Never use that either. But I could go into detail about why, but it's the slowest way to filter anything out. But here's the thing. So we're looking at the DC auditing GPO. And on there it says GPO status, and it's listed as enabled, which is right. George, if you can go right-click on DC auditing on the left-hand column there. Yep. Go down to edit or, yep, there we go. Now, this is so trivial when you think about what's going to happen here. But if you now right-click on the top level there, the DC auditing, go to properties. Now, right here at the very bottom, disable. We have no user configuration policies on this policy, right? Check, disable user configuration policy. There's two reasons for it. One is that the policy is actually going to process faster now because it's going to completely skip over trying to enumerate the entire user policy area section on that when it does group policy enumerations. Second is if by chance someone did make a mistake and add a user configuration policy to this group policy that should not have them, it will not run because that was disabled. Now, yes, that means that another admin might wonder why his user policy that he added to that group policy is not functioning. We'll see that it says disabled there. That brings in the next question, should you have group policies that do both? And that depends highly on where you're going to apply the group policy, because your group policy should be applied at the highest level possible to still retain lowest rights. So anyways, that was a nice little fun cookie. I'm full of those because MCSE makes you learn those things, and also replication offsets. All right, Jordan, where are we at?
We are now going back to some of the early slides in that deck, and I'll pull them up in just a second. These are the QC config thingies that I got yelled at by CJ about. So we are going to fire up, make sure WinRM is running. We're also going to enable the WEC util, meaning our Windows event collector is now running. So excellent. We did the QC, boom, yes, up and running. That's it. But you should be deploying this as a group policy, needless to say, and not on your DC, blah, blah, blah. So those are early slides in here. I think that was, what's an admin to do with all these logs? One more, this one right here. So we do WinRM QC, WEC util QC, and we're off and running on our collector. Another thing, we need to now go and copy out some of Palantir's provided channel configuration.
This again is in the repo, but we pulled the copy this morning. So if you were to do this 6 months from now, pull the copy directly from Palantir. And kind of, so that group has gone through and defined these out for us that we don't have to spend the time to do it. They put a lot of effort in doing this already.
So absolutely save time anywhere you can. This is the Palantir repo, some auto run stuff, group policy objects, the web subscriptions, and then the event channels. The event channels we need to pull out of here and drop into Windows System 32. Then we will go from what we see here
And if we can clarify
to a lot more. Go ahead.
clarify on when we do these settings, make sure we clarify which system we're doing it on, because we're switching screens fast. So right now we're still working on the DC. Yes,
We are still on the DC. We're basically done with the workstation. So, yep, almost there. Okay, so we have looked at the Palantir repo. We are going to also look at the event channels. These two files right here need copied into Windows System 32, but we're going to go look at one of these XML files. So we talked about, let's see, is there, yeah, let's look at this one. This one's interesting. We're going to look at the group policy errors. So there are specific event IDs associated with this, and they are defined in these individual XPath queries, right? Inspired by IAD.gov. This is the Information Assurance Directorate. So if we went back to this slide right here, I know I'm bouncing around at high rates of speed. I want to make sure we get this done in the next 5 or 6 minutes. But these are the IAD.gov defined baselines. So then Palantir has gone through and improved some of them, expanded some of them, but basically created a whole bunch more XPath queries that are associated with now event channels. So again, let's go pull out these two files right here. We are going to copy them into Windows System 32. Paste into folder. We can now, I believe, restart our event service. Let's take a step back. What have we done? Created a bunch of GPOs, 5 in all, imported settings for them, or you can go review why we turn on WinRMQC on your own, why we want WEF configured and deployed with group policy, Sysmon installation, however you want to manage that, the RDP access to our remote systems we turn on, and then why we go and enable Windows event channeling. So those are running now. Everything's copied over. We have the Palantir repo. Let's make sure. I'm going to check another screen here. Any questions at this point before we bounce?
Some stuff on HELC. Are you guys going to be covering that soon? Is that in this class?
Yeah, we talk about it. We're going to show you how easy it is to use.
I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it till then. Another just general comment someone had earlier was VPN is everywhere. How is this going to work with that? Your WEF stuff.
The destination for your WEF will likely change, right? As you deploy systems remotely. Now, I know there were some conversations about this. As you deploy those systems remotely, I would hope they're your managed and maintained resources, hopefully. Now, that's not the case at every organization, because some organizations, people came in and used to sit at workstations. All of a sudden, you're going to buy 5,000 laptops for your workforce. It is a nightmare situation the entire corporate world is dealing with right now. I don't know. Your destination for log forwarding changes. It's about that.
There was, I think, the related conversation there is someone mentioned in Discord about, so how do we get them to install this on their home computer? What? And that's where you have to have that BYOD question, right? And like you said,
that is a non-starter. Sorry, COO.
Exactly, CJ. So that's one of those questions you have to bring up. Like, organizations might say, well, they're on our VPN, so it's good. Their system, they use it from home. They just connect to our VPN, and it's good. Even if they're just connecting to that VPN to get to the jump host, like a remote desktop, but you still have to now make sure their system's isolated, and even then, you're just going down a legal nightmare. It feels like anyway.
Mhm.
I mean, we were involved with the BYOD stuff when it was that 2008, 2008, 9, 10, when it was a really big thing. We had all of the mobile device managers coming in saying they could do it with their piece of software, and everybody's still trying to figure out the legalities of all of it. You know, what happens if the company-owned phone ends up in the wrong hands? What happens if it was used to commit a felony? What happens if it was used in an affair? All those things now mattered, and that's not fun. So, in my opinion, it's way, way better just to issue phones, issue laptops. Anywho.
Yep. So our last couple commands here are to reload all our event channels. Hopefully this goes well. You never know how the demo gods smile on a Saturday morning. We have reloaded that. We are going to now load our new channel file. Let's see, did we do that one? Yep, we unloaded. Let's reload.
Yeah, what is UM and IM?
Yeah, you tell me. One is, I believe it's unload and import.
Unport?
Import? That's hilarious.
Unport.
We can check. Okay, so we're in PowerShell. We're going to run one more command here. Once we cd into the appropriate directory that contains our repos, cd users, administrator, downloads, apt, ls in here. We're going to cd into one more. Any other questions? Keep them coming.
We do have a break coming up.
Yep.
Oh, well, how nice. You want to get the help questions now or hold them?
We can take a couple just as Jordan finishes up here, and then we'll take a break in 2 minutes.
So this is kind of a configuration. If Sysmon can export logs directly to help or the elk stack, in the lab scenario, documentation is mentioned is from endpoint machine logs exported in domain controller. So is there a need to send domain controller instead directly to the elk stack versus by, I think, your WEC-WEF is what it's around?
Yeah. In the lab environment, not technically, because they're the same box.
Yeah. So Sysmon's going to be monitoring the system, right? System monitor. We still want some way to get those logs out. Now we're using WEC-WEF to do that, and eventually WinLog beats. When we talk about WinLog beats, there's nothing preventing you from putting WinLog beats on every system, which then you can completely bypass WEC-WEF. But it really comes down to how do you want, what does your infrastructure look like? How do you balance it out? You've got all these different platforms. NXLog is another one you can use. Splunk has their agents. There's so many different ways you can do this. We're using the one that fits for a hunting scenario, but might not fit for productions.
Now, there's one more thing I'd like to add to this. I've ran a whole bunch of commands and it was probably really difficult to keep up with. As mentioned previously, we are going to have all of these commands available. We will make them available after the webcast, and we have time to get that stuff taken care of. So the files you need to create in System32 are described in the Palantir repo. So if someone can pull up that link and drop that in Discord, again, these commands will be provided. But basically, you're going to copy out the custom event channels files. There's 2 of them. There's a .man and a .dll. Those need to go into Windows System 32. Once they're there, we stop our WEC service. We reload those channel files. We run this command right here that you see on the screen to resize each of these now new channels, which are event buckets. And then we basically restart our WEC service and hope that event viewer follows along and that the demo gods have smiled. We shall see. Time will tell. But if it's break time, it's break time, and let's do that.
Yep, and one more question I'm going to throw in there too. Again, yes, you don't have to use WEC-WEF. You can put WinLog beats on every system. But there's also scenarios, we're doing this one way. You can do it other ways. You might find that WinLog beats isn't even the best option. You might also find that in your environment, we're leveraging Windows to do this for us, Active Directory, because we're not having to rely on another tool to do it. We're using a fully supported tool that is part of the system. But bear in mind also, depending on your isolate, workstation should not have full access to everything, right? Not just authorization, but they shouldn't be able to ping everything in the environment. Your HVAC system does not need to have access to a payroll system. All right, you should have that layer of isolation. So by putting the WEC system, we're utilizing the Windows servers in a meaningful way to do that. You could use WinLog beats. If you were to do that, wherever your WinLog beats points to, maybe it's a system, it's a subnet that has only one host, right? Because you can still keep your good workstation isolation that way. Be aware, every workstation, start thinking about in terms of your deny and your reject list. What should this system have access to? And if you look at it from that perspective, when you think about WEC and how this data is going to start to flow, it may be an issue. Also, another thing to bring up is WinLog beats as a third-party product, and there's going to be certain circumstances where someone says, you can't actually do that without going through 6 months of code review with Elastic. And that's okay, because there's already a supported platform that Microsoft has that you may not have to go through that 6-month code review process because it's closed source. But they're both closed source. But regardless, one is not third party.
So the gods smiled today, right? We have our WEC and we have our WEF, like soon to be fully functioning. Now, our Windows 10 box probably needs a GP update, right? It needs to get some new policies. I'm also going to go ahead and reboot it. But the event channel configuration that we talked about for 40 minutes took 17 minutes to configure, right? That's 17 minutes that you may never get back, but you will also never regret giving up. This is, we've spent way more time talking than configuring. And again, these are baseline optics that corporations, environments, even home labs, like these are things that you should be moving toward for continuous improvement. Take images out of your system, deploy them in a container, push these things around, see what happens, see what changes, see what you can now see on these systems. So I have updated this box, but I am going to boot it.
Yeah. And as you boot it, I think we're going to cut for break.
Yep.
I will give a 10-minute break, and I think I'm gonna hang on, and we'll meet back in 10 minutes, 15 after.
So yeah, theoretically, all our logs are going to start flowing here pretty quick. That assumes everything went correctly. And we'll see you on the other side of break.
So we're going to take a break right now. I'm going to hang on and answer some questions. CJ or Marcello, whoever's on, if you want to throw a couple at me. I try to keep up in Discord, but I don't have the go-to-meeting stuff open at all. So.
Yeah, there's some commentary that's pretty on point, I think, saying that the list of commands would be hugely helpful. We know that's hugely labor-intensive. That's going to be there by the time of the paid class.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it'll be up today or Monday.
In fact, it's already in that repo. I just have to pull it out and put it in the correct spot. I tried to do that, but right now my workstation is not happy running more than a few VMs. So yeah, it'll probably be, so we can get it all fixed up this afternoon sometime. It'll be on this class's repo. And this class's repo, we're just going to leave up. And as the videos, I guess I'll work that out with Jason, how we distribute videos, but I wouldn't see a problem having them linked, but I'll work that out with Jason at the time.
Look, we'll make Marcello and I look like point counterpoint.
Perfect. That'd be a good cover for like a rock album or something.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Let's get
It's like COVID-19 edition rock album.
You got some stuff, Marcello?
Yeah. What? Sorry?
You got some stuff? Go.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a bunch of stuff actually. Okay, so you ever see an AD environment that sees event 4625, but none of them identify the workstations or IP of the calling system? It's just a dash. Can you show the event ID recorded when running PowerShell?
I didn't catch the second part, but you will sometimes get, the first thing that comes to mind is radius. You can have those in radius. You can also have them when you have, and maybe Marcel, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when you start using Silent Trinity, I think that's where we saw from 4625 doing some weird things. So I will have to go back and look at our notes, but I believe there is a specific instance that occurs, and I think we've got a document, so I might be able to track it down, because this seems really familiar to me. I saw that question earlier, and I definitely wanted to talk about it, because I believe there's something interesting about that. So I'm going to check that a couple of questions, and I'm going to try to pull that. I'm not going to multitask.
It's fine. Yeah, I got it here, so we can get back to it later. It's fine. Don't worry. Do we need WinRM if all logs are configured to be sent to a SIEM?
Yeah, so it depends. So the WinRM in our case is being used to set up Windows Event Forwarding and the collector and being able to push those configurations. So you don't need it necessarily. So if you have an RMM tool that you can set up configurations for, you don't need it. I mean, what we're effectively doing it for is to make sure that event log gets turned on, make sure Sysmon gets turned on, and having some management over that. In fact, there's an argument that you might not want that turned on in production. So in that case, what that might look like is in our environment in the lab, we want it turned on because we don't want to have to worry about whether or not our optics are working, right? But when we move into production, before we turn on WinRM everywhere, we want to have that conversation. Do we need to have this turned on, or can we just deploy this one file and turn it on for that duration? And that's one of those cases when you move your threat IOCs, your dependency chain from hunting, from your purple team hunting into production, what does that look like? What's the minimum we can turn on and still make it work? And you might be able to do that without WinRM. In fact, you don't need WinRM to make Sysmon and Windows Event Collector and Forwarder work. But for our deployment, we did. So once it's deployed, you could actually turn it back off. I was not saying it would. I wouldn't. You don't need to leave it on. I mean, it's made for remote management. So
yeah. And another question is going back for a moment. Is the audit poll stuff done on both the DC and workstation?
Okay, so when you set up Windows event logs, you have the configuration. You say GPO?
Audit poll.
Audit poll. Okay. So when you setting up the optics, I believe, do them on both. So you want the audit visibility on both places. Just know that the more places you put it, the more logs you're going to get back. As soon as you turn auditing on a domain controller, your IOPS are going to go sky high because it's going to start auditing every single request for every file. It's just insane. But it gives you that visibility. So yeah, you can run it in both. You can run it just on your workstation. Again, in our environment, we're going to want to run it on both.
Awesome. And I think that's those are all the questions that I could see. Kelsey has any more that I missed? Kelsey, let me know, but it seems like those are all the questions right now.
And no, CJ, RMM is not risk management matrix. It's remote monitoring and management.
Yeah, thanks, Kent. Thanks so much for that timely information.
That's just the thing of having. So CJ, are you a practitioner here?
I am a practitioner of some sort.
Okay, fair enough. You're learning a heck of a lot, right? So from the business perspective, from management perspective, your role would be more the CIO, CISO level, and that is what RMM means for you. But at the practitioner level, it means something else to us, and that's
which is
just
why acronyms suck, Kent.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know, what does IP mean to you? It probably means Internet Protocol. For me, it means intellectual property. Acronyms are stupid. You know what a smart acronym is? DEFCON, Defense Condition. That's a good acronym. You don't confuse it with anything. 2-letter acronyms, they're the worst. Seriously, type it out. If you're not going to use something 100 times in a document, using it, come on, get a keystroke thing to expand it if you're tired of typing, for God's sakes.
Real quick, for Zero Cool mentioned about audit poll. That is one of those interesting ones that when you use just the group policies to deploy all those settings, there's still a couple that get mixed when you don't run the command line. I don't know why that is. It was a couple years ago we identified that, and we could not find a specific threat until we actually went into the physical workstation and ran that to configure everything turned on. So we should probably do some more research on that, but I believe the group policy settings for audit poll don't pick everything up. There was a change for a GPO someone found early on. I believe it had to do with a conflicting domain name. I could be wrong. If someone wanted to reply to, someone did reply to. Well, there you go.
So here's a good one for both Marcello and Kent. So DLL hijacking via process migration and Metasploit. Can this be detected in Sysmon?
DLL hijacking via process migration. Okay. I mean,
Just in general, can DLL hijacking be detected? Period.
Yes, in fact, I can pull up the. Okay, I'll see if I can pull it up while we're still on break. That is in our class. So effectively, we take all the red team tools and we build all the detections for them, and that's in our other class. And I know that's in there because we're also big users of Silent Trinity and Fun C2s. Also Cobalt Strike and also Metasploit and yep. Jordan, do you know where process migration, DLL hijack process migration, that is in, do we have that defined out in our other class?
Process migration?
Yeah. I can't remember if we did or not.
That's generally a job of AV.
Yeah.
So when you go look at your
When it sees
AV
yeah,
logs, yeah, then you get back your expected things. So, like, MSI, Exploigar, there's our Sysmon chunks. So this should be populating here pretty quick.
I'm gonna go check them. Oh, also 464865. 46. Marcello, what number was it?
The earlier question, it was 4625.
I remember that being off of Silent Trinity, but I can't remember why.
That's account failed to log on.
Yes, but when there's no criteria on the log in terms of identifying any system.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, don't know without further investigations.
I'm gonna go look.
Good.
By the way, like, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, so you might have found something that I'm not even aware of.
I had a question for you, Marcello.
Yeah, shoot.
When you make a project like Silent Trinity, how much time do you spend on the hunt side to see how noisy it is?
A bit. Not that much, because, like, most of the time is just focused on development, to be honest.
End of conversation, because I know where that leads.
Huh. Where does it lead?
At least the conversation that John had yesterday in the webcast. So, was that yesterday? I don't think it was yesterday. 2 days ago.
I missed it. You don't want to fill me in.
No, CJ can fill you in.
No.
I'm what? Now I'm lost. Sorry, I'm reading stuff.
Yeah, I know. We're all confused now.
Hopefully it's good.
As if it wasn't confusing enough.
Okay. Well, CJ apparently didn't attend the webcast. That's what it was. It was about how much time and effort red teams build red team tools, then make them publicly available, as opposed to making them closed available, do proper response disclosure, get the bug fixed, and then maybe not disclose it to make the world a better place. And yeah, the whole conversation that we're not going to talk about right now.
That's a great conversation.
I don't even want to deal with political fallout.
Are you talking about that Google thing that we never talked about publicly?
We talked.
We're not talking about the Google thing that we are also not talking about right now.
Who's on first?
I think I'm the only person that has that video, and every once in a while I'm like, can I release it? Can I? No? Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
We never released. Never mind. Okay. Anyways, thanks for popping in, Jason. Jordan, I think we're almost right at time. I was getting distracted looking at code, and
I'm shocked.
all right. What are you working on, bud?
I am about to pull up the slide deck. And
For
we are going to get going.
330, I believe. Is that 330?
330 is next. Yes, indeed. And this is, I think it's a pretty short slide deck. So, let's see. Where are we now? We're going to talk a little slower. Might move into our radio voices. Talk about some de-escalation. Bringing it down.
De-escalation in our world? I don't know.
Everybody on time?
By radio voice, I guess you meant your NPR voice. Is that? where we're going?
There's a really funny Portlandia skit. Where are we now? We have Sysmon installed.
So we're on the next slide deck. That is 330.
Forwarding configured, and hopefully logs collecting soon. We will see. Depends how our demos go. We do have an hour and 42 minutes to sort out any problems, maybe some troubleshooting, which has happened almost every time.
Maybe a good opportunity to have an open discussion too.
Yeah, that could happen. And now we are going to talk about this trail right here, which is packaging up logs from our collector and shipping them somewhere to make them more useful. Not that the DC's event logs aren't fun to look through, or I apologize, not that our Windows Event Collector logs aren't fun to look through. It's just easier with tooling designed for that task. We're already on to slide 3 of 8. Beats by Elastic. You want to talk about this for a minute?
All right, so, okay, so Elastic. So my first, I think we're probably really blurry. My first experience with Elastic actually came from Security Onion. 1604 Security Onion was the back end running on Elk, which worked pretty well. Can you guys hear us okay and audio good? Wow, we let someone confirm.
Interesting right here. Webcam.
Video is blurry. Audio is good. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Audio is good. I don't mind if I'm blurry. That's fine. Right. You know, the neighbor kid is probably gaming or something, downloading a movie. All right. So
yeah, nothing like shared backbones.
My experience with Elk first came from Security Onion, and I was overwhelmed with everything that's in there. And then eventually got more and more familiar with it, started building things in Security Onion, which I didn't really ever comprehend was the fact that I was actually building things in Elk. But Beats by Elastic allows you to pick up logs, pick up data, pick up objects effectively, and do some sort of parsing to them and put them somewhere else, right? So effectively, Beats is an input-output scenario. There's lots of different types of Beats. There's file Beats, there's just an audit log Beat. There's a health Beats that does like process monitoring stuff. And then there's WinLog Beats for Windows that does just what it sounds like it does. It's logging the Windows logs, it's checking for heartbeats and then doing deltas and pushing them somewhere else, right? So Beats is taking data in, parsing them in some capacity, also filtering, also doing other things, and then pushing them somewhere else. So made by Elastic, part of Elk, that whole system they have. This is another one of those platforms that is in our repo as a link that you have to go to their website to download, right? Pretty low. Awesome. Yes, Audit Beat, File Beat, Packet Beat, WinLog Beat, Metric Beat. Metric Beat was the one I was looking for there. How about Apple Beats? Doesn't work that. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. So when we start looking at WinLog Beat configuration, there's a couple different parts to it, right? And we're going to go through that, but it's pretty easy. It's input and output. And the center part there is how we filter and anything we want to process at that point. So we are going to deploy this at the domain controller. So far we've got everything going from workstations to domain controller with WEC-WEF, right? So we're pushing everything to the domain controller. And the next step is now we've got data on the data controller or domain controller. We could find them inside of the Windows Event Forwarding folder. We'd find things in there with that subscription. Now we want to get off of that domain controller and we want to put it somewhere else. And that's what we're going to look at doing here.
Oh, I like pickling beets as a gardener. Pickled beets, yeah. There are definitely pickled beets out there. We are using version 7.7.1. So older versions deprecate pretty quickly, and they want you to continue using the latest and greatest of all the things. So 7.7.1 I think is current as of today. 7.7. Let's see. So again, yeah, these you can install these anywhere and they ship. You can have 3,000 systems all running WinLog Beat if you want. Not recommended, not best practice, but definitely works. So let's see where we are here. Next slide. Yeah, the WinLog Beats config file. Pretty simple, straightforward configuration. Some of you might use Kafka, some of you might use Logstash, Redis. There's all kinds of different places you can ship logs. So that is all configurable in that YAML file. We have provided another one that includes all the WEC stuff. So those become useful. I apologize, the event channels, so the Windows Event Collectors channels are configured in the provided WinLogBeats config file. Logstash is a collector parser transformer. It is used on Helk, easy peasy. We just configure and push WinLogBeats that direction, and we are off and running. Kafka, do you know, how familiar are you with Kafka?
To use it,
I laughed when I read this bit, and that's why. It can actually sit in between Logstash and Logstash. So you ship to Logstash, do some Kafka, publish subscribe topic, and then send it back to an indexer. So anyway, I thought that was funny. But basically, Beats is a way where we can take all our Sysmon stuff that we are now forwarding to our collector, and then our collector install Beats, pick them up, we ship them. 2 lines of config. That's it. Output.logstash with a hosts parameter. To destination ship. Now, this does not include the config file we provided, which has a whole lot of channel configuration. I'm going to pull that up here in just a second.
that also doesn't have TLS.
No, it does not have TLS. So, yeah, best practice is definitely TLS. But in our PC downloads, in our APT course, this is under WinLogB, this config file. Trying Notepad's fine. No, it's actually not fine. But we're going to use
WordPad.
WordPad's better, read some line breaks. So we talk about some event logs we want to ship. We specify this ignore older parameter. I think we actually talked about this here in just a minute. But these are the other things we have added to this configuration file we provided. Configuration file we provided matches all the repos we discussed and the configuration fits that we will be providing you shortly. So our Logstash hosts, only other interesting parameter where we are going to ship things. Back to our presentation. Now, the config options are interesting in that basically in PowerShell, you can go get a list of all the logs on your system. We then parse that out and create a matching file minus the log name parameter down here. So like this command here gives us a list of all event viewer buckets essentially. And then we go produce a matching YAML file. So where we see process execution, we go create a process execution matching YAML entry. But basically the event logs configuration in WinLogB as defined right here. The full channel name is required for sure. Ignore older. I don't want to see anything older than 7 days or 3 days or 1 day, depending on how you're handling your archiving processes, what you're doing with your logs after a certain point, whether they're going to Amazon S3 and then older, go to Glacier, just depending on how you handle your logs. This is a useful parameter, right? A system goes offline for 2 days. It might be an issue that you're ignoring events older than 1 day if that system got popped in a coffee shop. So you've got to think about some of these other contexts. We can define specific event IDs as demonstrated here, also matched here, right? So we say event IDs, we want to see everything related to WMI only specific to this event ID set. You can also add fields and tags. So for example, we can add a tag for applied labs. That shows up then in our Logstash ingester Kibana interface, which allows us to parse backwards, right? I want to see everything that came from a particular subset tagged with a string. Basically, again, this is this last little line here. The log name that we gather from PowerShell becomes a named parameter in that config. So then the install is, again, relatively straightforward. We install WinLogB as a service. When this install file runs, as dictated up here, when this runs, it looks in the container for that YAML file specified here. So the YAML we configured is ingested during this install service. We set the startup type to automatic, name it, and then make sure it's running. It is as simple as that. We now have log shipping in action. What do you want to add to that? Do we have any questions about shippers at this point?
Where's CJ's easy button?
Yeah.
Wow, it's easy. Actually, of all of this is the easiest part.
This is the easiest part.
It's yeah.
The hardest part is coming up with infrastructure.
Yeah.
Right. Even for us in our lab environments, infrastructure is hard. It is not easy in your corporate environment to say, hey, I'm going to commandeer a 32 gig box with SSDs and 600 gigs, and I'm going to start shipping stuff there and processing. I need to waste a bunch of time and resources.
Then I'm going to spend 100 hours doing it.
Yeah, but that's the point of this whole thing, CJ, is to demonstrate it can be done. Like, our behind keyboard configuration time is going to be less than 45 minutes.
Jordan, question for you. Why do we want to get the data off of the DC? We've got everything in the Windows event forwarding now.
Yeah.
We're going to use WinLog beats to get it off, but where is it going and why are we doing that?
Okay, let's go see if there's anything in here. There's likely troubleshooting required because of lack of sleep, but that's no one else's fault but my own. And let's refresh our event tree. Refresh. Hopefully we are seeing something in this Sysmon. Nope, not yet. So let's say it was working and we are looking at application logs under Microsoft, Windows, and then we go into Sysmon. Like, this is not where you want to parse your logs. You do not want to go look at scheduled task operations from a particular workstation in an event log on a DC or on your collector. So a collector is suboptimal for parsing, reviewing, looking at, investigating, and hunting logs.
Okay, so a long time ago, not that long ago, maybe it was a long time ago, we were working with a SOX engineer, SOX auditor rather. Hey, CJ, Sarbanes-Oxley for you. Sarbanes-Oxley accounting auditor. And the year prior, they said we needed to do some sort of logging for user accounts. And we said, yeah, no problem. We can do user. Yeah, we got that. We'll do that for you. But they never specified how much. And the year prior, the organization got dinged because they weren't doing any of the specific user account auditing authorization they needed. So the year following, we did a little bit more. And the next year, they said, no, we want to see all of it. And we said, you want to see all of it, and you're going to give us a sample of dates. We can't give that. They want, so yeah, a specific account on a specific machine. They wanted to see that entire audit log, and it just wasn't practical at the time. This is a small SMB. So doing what we could because we knew to be validated with this specific control and not have to write an exception for it, we said, okay, we can do this, and we'll see you back next year, and we'll give you that information. The next year they came back. They said, okay, do you have that audit log for us? We said, yes, we do. And they said, well, we need these specific dates. It is
a selection from the specific date range.
Yeah, specific date range. Okay, so I said, no problem. We put that into Windows event logging. It's there. By this time, the audit log had grown to something like 750 gigs. And you couldn't filter. You couldn't load it. The most you could do is run some command line tools to, without filtering, just dump it to another disk. So eventually we dumped it to a disk, we zipped it, and we ended up sending the guys 7.5 gigs of audit logs and encrypted it, obviously, and said, here you go. And they said, well, we can't open it. I said, I know, but it's all of our audit logs. You'll have what you need there. We didn't have to write an exception for it. They accepted it. Really, really bad execution on our part, right? It was not the proper way to do that. So when we talk about, like, why are we getting this data off of these systems? The reason why is domain controllers could, because it was a small business server at the time, could collect these logs for massive amounts of data. It doesn't mean you can actually function with them, though. So we're able to do it, but the execution went poorly after a year of holding on to those logs.
Yeah, sure did. And that is definitely suboptimal in so many ways.
The advantage of Elk is the way it manages data, indexes data. If you're able to check the health on it, make sure it's running well. But
to replace that with Security Event Manager.
Yes.
Right. Not just Elastic. Right. Splunk does this amazingly.
Yeah.
Alien Vault. They're designed to ingest and then allow you a single point of archival.
So if we have that 7.5 gigs of zip data and we import into that system, or we somehow got it there, and we let it index it. Now, preferably we do that real time as the data flows in. But if you let it index it, then you can run queries for specific days or specific users, workstation, whatever, and it'll actually function as opposed to just, there's a really big file.
Exactly.
Yeah. So a lot of sims work off of like all the features, but you pay for every bit you send us.
And that's why some of those third-party vendors, somebody just said that. They called them vampires. Now, I'm not going to go there. But what I am going to say is they generally recommend you turn on your audit policies full on. They recommend you log everything. Why, Kent?
But you pay for every bit. So yes, send everything to them, and they're gonna,
the more the better. Come on, we can handle this.
They can handle storing it and processing it for less money than you're going to pay to have them ingest it, and that's where they're gonna make their money. So yeah, they're gonna let you send it all, and you're gonna think,
and they're
cool.
gonna recommend you ship everything.
And that's okay, right? Because they're gonna say, send it all here, send everything you got. You might have to buy some more bandwidth, but go ahead and send it anyway.
More is better. Greed is good.
Yeah, we got you, right?
$1 per bit.
Just like Marcello says, we got you, fam. Ship it. We'll do this. So, this is an important slide. I think of all of them so far, if you took this slide along with our build recommendation net map and the flow, and you had them side by side, and then in your console you had the commands for optics tools installations, you would get the full picture and be able to pound this into your head in a way where it sticks, right? Why do we use Sysmon? Because we want to see almost everything going on our systems. We want to configure Sysmon in a way where it is catching the things we want. But we start full on and then start trimming, reduce the noise, turn on event collection, and deploy Windows event forwarding group policies. Configure your event subscriptions or event channels. Those are just buckets that hold our logs. What logs do we want to catch? That is defined by our event channel XPath queries or our subscription queries or definitions. You can manually define your subscriptions to go pick out a particular event ID container, a particular event container or particular event IDs with XPath. Then configure our auditing, make sure our systems are being audited in the way we want, that the collector is receiving them, and then ship those logs, right? Install and ship those logs. Shall we question and answer, CJ? What do you got?
Yeah, so somebody's talking about NXLog, which just sounds like an alternative.
Yep. NXLog was popular before Beats, I think.
Yeah, in fact, if you look,
Been around a long
if
time.
you search BHS, as Jordan and I were developing all the stuff here, we also had John and I think
Derek Banks?
Terry Banks
Banks?
or Bo maybe was working on doing something similar with NXLog. So yeah, the idea of how we're using this method, right? But as long as you get data to where you need it to go, and we're going to use help, right? But you don't have to use help. There's other scenarios you can use, Splunk and whatever else. It's just our idea here is to figure out your dependencies to find the threat. That kill chain. That kill chain.
Yes.
To find that kill chain.
Drummond, $1 million for that in reference.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so that's IOC, and be able to do something with it, get it pushed into production, and still keep all of that data movement to a relatively small amount in production.
Technical point too, it's only cyber kill chain, not kill chain. Kill chain's
Fair.
Yeah.
And I think Rob's first day at BHIS, you know what I heard him say? Kill chain. It's a thing. Like, it is a thing. It's not just that we don't love the terminology. It exists. It's like purple teaming, right? It's a new thing. It may be an old thing. It's the blend of things. I don't know.
Okay. I know you guys are popping on to ask questions. I'd like everybody, if you have event logs coming into Elk, because we haven't even gotten there yet, throw it out. Mad Hatter has already gotten this working. So that is super awesome.
Winner!
Fantastic. If you see win logs coming into event forwarding, fantastic. If you see Sysmon logs, fantastic.
Now, let's take a step back and let's talk about some troubleshooting things. Okay? 1, your Windows 10 box that is joined and firewall. The firewall is the first place I start, right? Because the event collector reaches out to contact it for heartbeat. Is my event forwarding system online? So that's a WinRM request. Are you there? Hello, talk back. So if the firewall and that group policy didn't deploy properly, just go disable the firewall.
Maybe we reboot?
Yeah, we had to do this in class, right? So when we had a paid class, you got to reboot. We just say, boot it.
And then what I really hated is it didn't work again. I said, just go ahead and reboot it one more time, just reboot it, and then it would work. I'm like, yeah, see, rebooting twice.
Yeah, no, you told me that during our DevOps when we're like running through this. Like, I'm like, no, mine worked when I updated the GPO. You're like, no, I had to boot twice.
Yeah, so yeah, I
start with a firewall. Then, like, make sure your group policy. We can go look at that again. So again, we gave you an imported group policy object that may not match the configuration of your environment.
And I believe one of the group policies had domain name captured that was not prompting. Normally when you import those group policies, they'll prompt when they find conflicting domain information.
Yep, agree.
It may not have prompted you, so if it didn't, you might have to actually change it.
So we are looking at the Windows Event Forwarding GPO at this point. I am under settings. I'm going to show all. Now this setting right here is the one that has to match your environment, the subscription manager. So go make sure that is accurate.
Yep.
Firewall, this setting, WinRM, you should start seeing stuff pretty quick here.
Awesome. Yes, and also you can use,
very cool.
Yes.
Nice.
Like using Netcat.
All smarter than, yeah, okay. Yeah, very cool. We are all smarter as a hive than as individuals. Marcella, what you got? CJ, what you got?
CJ, you go first, CJ.
Muted.
Unmute.
I try to avoid my keyboard interrupting, and this is what I get. Can we turn off beat, winlog beat, or can any end user be able to do that? I would say you would not want that to be possible.
No, that's an administrative service, so you have to have escalated. It depends what privileges you give your users.
Yep, and it's installs as a service, so it depends on how you protect those services. And I mean, you can, yeah.
We might as well go ahead and install that here, since it is part of this last little shipping thing. We are right on schedule, man. I figured we'd be right about here at this point. So I downloaded this repo from WinLogBeat this morning. Actually, yeah, I pulled it.
Other than bad blood, is this all for discovery? This is back to your events, your GPOs that you configured. Was that just to make discoverable things? Or are those actual good practices that you guys were doing?
No, so none of the GPOs create demo data. The GPOs were just utilized to help us push the configurations necessary for the specific threat optics, right? So the ability to create data is either going to be red team tools, purple team tools, or also we used bad blood earlier on in pre-show banter when we talked about bad blood. It goes and creates a bunch of user accounts, changes ACLs on accounts, access control lists on accounts, goes and changes a bunch of things to make a potentially fictitious but contrived but maybe okay domain environment. It's a lot faster doing that than trying to like right-click new user, create 100 users, and then go log in and do that type of thing.
And it randomizes usernames from the top 1,000 surnames list. It randomizes passwords. It creates dummy objects with busted ACLs, just like you'd see in a real environment. So we use it because we want to be able to catch Bloodhound. We want to be able to see what Bloodhound looks like in an almost real environment. The only thing this tool is missing, in my opinion, is randomized session creation. Because holy cow, it would be amazing if you could do pathfinding in Bloodhound with bad blood. Because then that would be amazing to me.
There's some chatter going on too, sorry CJ, that is suggesting using Security Onion. Yeah, we even talked about that when we first were building the course. We opted for Helk at the time, which also was not easy, but we actually ended up helping them do some polls. But what's interesting about Security Onion at the time is it was still running on 1604, which we kind of wanted to shy away from as it was ending of life pretty soon. But we also know they have new stuff coming out potentially. I don't know anything. Potentially. So that might be an opportunity as
Sounds
well.
like you know something.
Anyway, so yeah, Security also has the OSS and the Wazoo platforms that can pull in event logs, do filtering. They would be different than the methods that we're using, but you could definitely build your lab that way as well.
Yeah, Wazoo is awesome, and we used to use OSSec on our Linux boxes. We just, like pen testers don't want systems admins to touch their boxes before they go wreck stuff. So we stopped doing OSSec, and that's okay. We accept it. It's perfectly normal for us to try something, get burned, and then bail, right? And this might not work for you either. But again, what we've demonstrated here is a whole lot of quick, you're seeing me copy paste stuff. All the commands are provided. The lab overview is provided. I would recommend strongly you take your own gold images, pull those in. Maybe a read-only domain controller. I don't know what you need to do, but build this so it looks like your environment. So when you start that continuous threat improvement, being able to detect things in your own configuration so that you can continue to get better and better and better will go a long ways. Go ahead, CJ, sorry.
All right, so I've got this question from SSS. I just posted it because I guess I butchered it once. So it's about Sysmon and WinLog beat in the workstation. See that in Discord?
In Discord. What was the username one more time, CJ?
Yeah,
right there.
definitely,
Okay.
definitely, 100%. But why are we going through our domain controller? I think is the real question here. Yes,
No,
we could.
hold on.
Go. Let's see what we got in here.
The question was, since not getting it correctly as Sysmon WinLog beat in a workstation, can it export Sysmon logs to an elk stack? See, if yes, then why through domain controller? So yes, it can. Sysmon cannot. Sysmon is system monitor. It dumps stuff into event logs or to a file if that's what you want to do. But you could put WinLog beats on the Windows workstation itself and have that dumped directly to the elk server. In this case, we did not do it that way. We're trying to provide a very large organization. You might have decentralized agents. Oftentimes, a lot of organizations don't. So we were trying to mimic what might be a large organization where they're funneling things through certain endpoints as opposed to endpoints that are going out to every different agent. And from terms of a network perspective, there may or may not be value in that. It just depends on the situation. But yes, you definitely could put WinLog beats on every workstation and pull data and push it directly into help. And another option for you is that we're using Windows to do that for us with event forwarding, right? And one of the advantages there also is that we only have to put WinLog beats on one system. And where that comes beneficial is we don't cover it here, but you want that communication to be encrypted, right? Which the way WinLog beats is going to handle is that with key pairs. And it's much easier to handle that in one location than many. But just from a network perspective, a lot of places will find it a lot easier to be able to funnel data to one place just for their network operations as opposed to have a bunch of agents that are decentralized. So it just depends on the environment. But yes, you definitely could do either way.
Jason, got a user saying, is the recording still going? He said there's no sign. I hope the recording didn't go off.
As far as I can tell, the recording's still going.
All right, keep us chattering, I guess.
Any questions, guys?
Yeah, we got a question from Venomous Sniper, all elite speak, which is fantastic. With this configuration of machines, how big of an organization would this be replicated for?
I can answer that. So we have built a threat hunting lab, and the threat hunting lab would be useful for blue team and red team, and consequently purple teams, to run some sort of adversarial techniques to be able to hunt for them and then look at how they found that technique, find the IOCs, find the indicators of the compromise, find the kill chain, and then once you have found it, you can go back and figure out all your dependencies that were necessary, all of the settings we had to set up in Sysmon to do that, figure out what those dependencies are, and then once you have that list of dependencies, you pilot that in production. So what we're not suggesting is you go deploy all of this in your enterprise at full scale. We're suggesting you build a lab that looks like a small portion of your organization, and then you build your hunting infrastructure there, your hunting skill sets, your IOCs, you build them there, you test them there, and then after you have them defined, you bring them out, you test them in production with a pilot, and then you deploy them into your enterprise at a scale that does not cost you a bunch of CPU cycles and disk IOPS, etc.
So this is kind of an odd question. With Sysmon, can we cover all of the MITRE, ATT, and CK enterprise matrix?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you go, let's actually go look in this repo real quick
Are we going to say all?
and show. No, not all.
All is
Sorry.
a dangerous statement.
Because some are specific to Mac environments, some are specific to Linux.
I believe
environments.
are there physical controls in MITRE that
Then that's
Sysmon's not going to make sure the door is locked?
I don't usually look for those, so I don't
We
know.
can go look in here. Now, what's amazing is our friend Olaf has invested a period of time to tag events that trigger. So here we have a technique ID tagged on service execution with PS EXE SVC. So then we see the matching MITRE reference. We have technique 1035 that associates backwards. So with this specific Sysmon modular configuration, you get pretty darn good results. I mean, it may not be 100% on everything, and it may not match up, you know, like, I don't know, but from that perspective, yes, Sysmon modular has put in a ton of effort. Olaf has put in a ton of effort to make this amazing.
I got a question from Kyron or Kieran that asks, can WinLog be deployed via GPO for like 500 endpoints?
Absolutely.
Huh, we just had a spike in events. What do we think happened right here?
I think you started getting data.
I'm guessing that's Bloodhound. What do you think?
Oh, did you run Bloodhound?
Yeah, I ran Bloodhound.
Nice. So you can run, you can use GPOs to, I mean, anything that you can do from a command line or even, you know, in a GUI with MSI, you can deploy in group policy. It's not unheard of. So, and what that would look like is making sure you have access to the WinLog beat binaries in some capacity that they can distribute them, and then also the configuration files and the portions of that. I believe we might have a group policy on our bonus stuff. So when we push that bonus folder out later today or tomorrow, we'll have that in there as well.
And this is also an interesting question, I think. What is the data intake into your lab with everything deployed just to help understand scale?
Yep, so I did reply to that. What I had said, it was with WEC-WEF on the domain controller in our environment. You can click on Windows Event Log Viewer and then go down to where the subscriptions are, and you'll be able to see the events per second. And then that's coming from the subscribers into the collector. And then the other side of that is into Helk, right? So when stuff comes into Helk, you'll be able to look on the status page and find your events per second coming in there. Now, when it actually looks at the amount of data, you're going to want to be looking at, you know, your network IOPS, or sorry, your network input/output, and then also the big one's going to be worrying about is disk IOPS, and you're going to want to monitor that. And there's no specific place, right? Because if you have 10,000 events per second, that's the cap that can come in, the practical cap. It's much lower than that in reality. In practice, it's much lower than that. But just because you have 5,000 coming in, you might be getting choked out by disk latency. So you have to not just look at the events per second, but you have to look at your disk IOPS, you have to look at disk latency, you have to look at CPU usage. All those things kind of come into play together. In our environment, we really haven't done that much. We've got one workstation that's reporting in if it ever popped up, Jordan. So, you know, how much is actually coming in right now, I can't say. But once you get into Helk, Helk has a good status page that'll show that information.
What is the Sysmon equivalent in Mac OS, which is the Unix flavor?
Is there a
There might be an OSS or
file
Wazoo.
B? I bet file B. No, sorry. That's not.
Yeah, there might be an OSS or Wazoo platform.
Question.
I see XNUMon, XNUMON. That's what Google's telling me.
Not familiar with it. Yes, Cactus, it is possible to throttle from WEC-WEF. There's throttling capability there. In the subscriptions, you can do that. You can also do that in group policies. On the WinLog beats, I believe, is the throttling in the configuration file. I believe it's not in the one that we have templated, but it might be in the reference.
Oh, and GPO. So we can go look at.
Not Winlock.
Oh, yeah, no.
But yeah, the WEC-WEF is in GPO. I'll check. I believe it's in, for WinLog beats, I believe it's in the reference file, but not in our template file. So let me take a look.
Some people are mentioning also OS query for the Mac side.
Yeah, I saw a couple of recommendations flash through Discord. Discord is a gold resource for you guys, especially when you're asking for broad opinions. We've got such a great group here. There's always somebody with something that's money.
This is actually an interesting question. I'm actually interested if you guys know this. Is there an eval build available for Exchange servers to be used in labs like this?
So there's a couple things to think about there. There is an eval exchange. Yeah, there's an Exchange eval process, yes, where you can evaluate Exchange with basically unlimited user counts. But it's evaluation, and I would highly recommend reviewing the terms of service to make sure you fall into that. Because are you evaling for research or are you evaling for deployment into a production system? Those are things that may or may not be in there. But the evaluation, I believe, is 180 days. So.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Huh?
Do you guys use WAZOH, W-A-Z-O-H, on your pen test boxes or in the labs?
So WAZA is it really works well with Security Onion too. That's where my exposure to it is.
Are you saying that an operating system running was integrated with Security Onion?
Yeah, Security Onion will import it really smoothly. So I have experience with it, but we don't cover it in class. The class that we cover deals mainly in HELC rather, and the reason for it is we could just as easily put it into Security Onion. So if we think about the difference there, Security Onion's already got a lot of templates and graphs and everything that make it look pretty. It's got Sysmon injection stuff in there too that's already templated out. But what we're looking for is the gap analysis where there are threats that are emerging or that are specific to your environment. And we don't have to use Security Onion to find those. We can use this other service to do that. And we're using HELC. The reality of it is we could switch between ELK and Security Onion relatively easily just because they're both ELK on the back end. So.
And then the same question on the Linux side.
One more time, CJ, sorry.
Hop off on that.
Linux side?
Yeah, for Sysmon.
Similar questions. OSSec. I'm familiar with that, and I like that tool a lot.
Discord, you're likely to find if there's other alternatives, they'll be there.
Yeah, and another way, if you could just run a quick script against your Linux build to apt-get filebeat, and then pull a config that ships stuff. I don't know. It depends. Depends on a lot of things.
So I know there's everybody's saying a lot of tools are coming in here. So far we're still looking at like we're still at threat optics, which is really what this 4-hour course is about, is threat optics and getting to that point where you can hunt. The other side of that is actually doing the adversarial stuff, and the first one that pops into my mind, because we use them, is the Atomic Red Team, right? It's just one of those things you can spool up and start looking at. But there's lots of options out there like that, and those tools, you can bring them into the system and start hunting really easy. And yeah, but there's so many similar blue team tools. OSSEC and WAZA are good ones, and they have already plugins for like Security Onion. But I think it's interesting too, though, is we built this so that we kind of can ignore all of that and we can actually define out what's happening. Because if you install OS Query or OSS or WAZA and you don't know what it's doing, you're going to run into that. You're going to have a hard learning curve. Now, granted, this took a little bit longer, but you can actually get down to the point where you see every single thing that's happening, and then you're going to better understand what this stuff actually means. I keep saying OSSSec. But I believe WAZA for Security Onion took it over, or not took it over, but became the...
Yeah, it is WAZA now.
Yeah.
Hey, I've seen this question several times flash through. Problem with loading the Windows Server 2016 ISO. with the licensing. It says it cannot find the Microsoft software licensing terms.
That is interesting. Are you trying to activate or is that trying to install? Would be my question.
It says when I put it into VMware, it gives him cannot find the licensing terms. Odd.
It might be possibly looking for your I would check to see if it's looking for your Windows license or your hypervisor license. If for some reason you're Microsoft software licensing terms. I'll tell you what. I'll just go ahead and download that ISO really quick and just see what it's doing.
That's interesting.
Are we on break?
Almost. 60 seconds.
60 seconds to break. Disconnect the floppy. Nice. Someone asked if this pace was going to be the same as in the regular class. I said likely. So.
Yeah, is it too fast or too slow? I'm curious now.
Definitely some people have said it's too fast. I was hoping for that person that if they get the video right, they can pause the video while they're working along and use it as a resource.
The video is going to be a big asset for them.
Yeah.
Asset for them, sorry. I wanted to clarify that one. I'm sure it'll get voiced over, Jason. Will be a great asset for them because they'll be able to go through, and the parts they know really well, they'll be able to play at 1.5 because they don't want to listen to us. And that's okay, too. For the person that was having trouble with the 2016 ISO, if you could follow Discord, it looks like there's lots of potential answers. I don't want, so try them. If they don't work, not sure.
Google.
All right, everybody. We're on a 10-minute break, and then we'll be in the final home stretch. Does that sound good, Jordan, Kent? You got about 50 more minutes of content or Q&A?
Right
or
on time.
what's coming up?
Exactly where we expected to be. Everything is smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing.
So if anyone has any questions about upcoming webcast training, feel free to ask. If you have any questions about Black Hills Information Security, if you need a pen test, you always know where to find us. Let's see.
And pace will also depend, won't it? Like every single other thing in life. People who have seen this, we're probably going too slow. So we stop and talk about and reiterate things.
God awful Muppet. Recommended. I think it's a recommendation to have a list of the actual commands in plain text that you can copy and paste. Yeah, they're actually in the other class. They just did not get converted over here, and I did not realize it because I was working the PowerPoints. I was like, oh, look, the slide, it's got text in there, it's highlighted yellow. I didn't realize that they were actually screenshots that I made. So that is very much a shortfall on my side, and we can push those out this afternoon. So yeah, don't feel bad if you type those out and get typos. That's a headache. Those are definitely available. In the other class, it is copy paste for the labs where you're working in command line.
Yeah, and
also
we're gonna make most of them available today.
So Kyron wanted to know if we can make the recordings available much faster. We are working on that. We got overwhelmed with the amount of recordings that needed to be done, and so I went out and found a different mechanism for delivering.
Okay. Y'all want to know the problem with free training? Resources. That's the problem. You can have it quick. You can have it fast, like quick, good, or cheap. Pick any two.
Yeah.
This is cheap, and it's good. So it ain't going to be fast. Sorry about that.
But we're working on improving the speed.
There is the other class will have a different attendance count.
Yeah.
So that will change also probably the context of the conversations a little bit too. Because right now I don't know how many people are still on, but we're actively engaging a lot right now, and it'll be a much smaller group with the other class, so it'll be more engaging. We'll have more opportunity to work through questions and
and we don't cap the free stuff because you might have been the one person who didn't make it in today. So when we do cap the paid classes and we reach that cap, we start getting the emails of like, can I get in? Can I get in? Can I get in? And we're like, sorry, it's full. So we don't cap the free things because we want to make sure that we can reach as many people as possible. We had
Please say that, and if you do tell that to Jason that you want in, and it's full, eventually he's going to schedule us again, so it's okay.
That was true. That's what we did for Bo. So that's why he has an August session now.
Okay.
We could stream from YouTube. Yeah, we're looking at all options.
Yes.
Would it be possible to also pin a message at the start of a webinar Discord chat? That way you can follow Discord chat with the recording and see people's recommendations. That's an interesting question, Atomic Django. Also, it appears my dog's been let downstairs, so he might be barking.
This is a nice little question, Jace. Will the upcoming paid purple teaming class have recordings that we can download after the class is over?
Absolutely. We're just working on what that mechanism looks like right now to be able to watch the recordings.
This is where I come in and say editing is a lot of effort, especially when it's like lots of hours. It might be 16 hours to watch the class, but the editor has to watch it more than once.
Well, it goes back to the intellectual property too, that once the recording gets out there, then it's just out there. And so we want to make sure that Jordan and Kent can still feed their families and do what they need to do.
Yeah, so this is why I like music pirating, right?
I did want to take an opportunity too. Earlier on earlier today, we talked about the class, and it is relatively, we tried to make it affordable. We do have a couple scholarships available as well. And if you're interested in that, just an email, you can sign up for our mailing list. We'll probably send out to those that are interested. What's funny is I have like emails within 3 minutes of me saying that before. So if you have the capability of having your employer pay and you want to go, or, you are able to pay, yeah, by all means, if you are in an environment that you don't have that opportunity, then definitely let us know, and we'll try to figure something out.
You've already had 22 people register for your class, which is pretty
sweet.
Fantastic.
Is Security Onion a packaged solution like we were building in this lab? Why Security Onion or why not Security Onion? Same results as what we are doing now.
So I could answer why Security Onion and why not Security Onion by saying why Alien Vault and why not Alien Vault. And I can say, does it do the exact same thing? The answer is no. So what it's doing differently, right? So we're going, if you just install Security Onion and nothing else, it does nothing. I mean, it does something. It's going to monitor its own ports, but the Security Onion's value is you sending it data and then it monitoring data on the network, which is going to be the bro captures, or Zeek now, I guess. So it does more than this, but it does not do specifically what we've done today in terms of creating very, very high level of threat optics. So again, this is a lab environment where you can have those high level of threat optics. Would you have value in adding Security Onion there? I mean, yeah, sure. I would say that a lot of what Security Onion is going to do is what your existing tool sets can probably already do. What we're designing here is a way for you to do, we're essentially setting up the framework, the infrastructure for you to do purple teaming is really what this comes down to. And the nature of purple teaming is not just the known threats that are out there that have signatures, that are 10 years old, but the stuff that's upcoming, the new threats, the new tools that are not fully signatured, that don't hit the YAML files, and different ways to be able to build IOCs for that, but also the specific skill set to understand how all this works. If you're just relying on Security Onion to do it all, and you don't know how it's working, then you won't know if it's not working. You won't know the difference between false negatives and false positives and false negative, but true negatives. Wow, had to get there. So yeah, it's different, but the similarity between Security Onion and what we're doing is that they're both running Elk on the background.
What is better for compliance organization, open source or to buy a SIM? And I will answer that so you can rest a bit, Kent. There's a cost benefits analysis to every solution set you do. It's literally cost benefits. And if you want to know how to sell things and talk to management, make a cost benefits sheet and tell them how many dollars, be very thorough, give your technical analysis, what the free tools do and what they don't do, what the paid tools do and don't do, and be sure to calculate in labor for evaluation, management, monitoring, etc. That way you get a complete cost thing. And managers, they understand money. And so talk to them in their language. Off soapbox.
All right, we got 2 more minutes on our break. Someone asked, let me see, will it be possible to get an updated content of the Purple Team class as the course authors update the material? So that's an interesting question. I know that John Strand, when he does a class like the Active Defense and Cyber Deception, he's going to make a discount available for students who want to take it again after the class has been updated. So I think we might look to follow that model too with the other classes.
We had a similar policy, and Kent can describe that.
Yeah, so I can describe that. So one of the things that there is similar. So if you look at the classes we taught earlier this year, where we've gone from there to now is what we've done here was part of that, but also we've added on to make this course, this 4-hour course. And yet we're also adding on additional components that would be in the next class we do at the end of June that the original classes would not have had. And in my opinion, I don't. So I would look at it from the perspective of someone that has sat with us and they've invested time to not only give their perspective on it, but their perspective. When we have these smaller classes, we have a communication that really goes back and forth, and it's awesome. And it allows Applied Purple Teaming to become a better product, better class, and it also allows us to teach and kind of democratize all of this. In my opinion, there is overlap, right? There'd be overlap. And I would not have a problem if a student that already went to one of our classes, already paid for the tuition, to go back to our class and pick up the new components or just as a refresher. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I would like to mention, we also will be providing the scholarships and or TA opportunities through our Defensive Origins mailing list. Yep. So if you want an opportunity to come join us, I think we're going to give away two, oh my God.
We said scholarships.
2 scholarships and 2 TA seats. So if this material is familiar to you, we want you to help us understand why you make a great TA. We also, for those first 2 classes, have provided updates to our material as it has gone. So the digital book was updated for everybody who attended those first couple.
Yeah, in my opinion, you've come to our class, you showed initiative. We both gained from it. I would love you to come back to the class and pick up the new modules as we have them. Now, obviously, some of the classes are going to be size limited, so that's not always going to be possible. But and also when we start hosting things, there is cost associated with it. But I'd love them to come back, and I don't feel they should. I feel they've provided back and they've paid us back in return. And
yeah, and if you agree with our model of learning and teaching to learn, like we got this from John. He said, "Do you want to learn something? Go write a class about it."
Yeah, true. It ain't easy. Learning is not easy that way. Hey, Jason, did we get a certificate for this training?
Yes, so 48 hours from now, at the end of this, so 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday, you will get an email. Inside that email will be a link to a PDF. You got to click the link. It takes you to the PDF. From there, you can download the PDF. It's going to have your name on it, the name that you used to register for this workshop today. If you used a different name or misspelled it or did something else, that would be the name that's on there. We cannot change that. So whatever name you chose to put on there will be the name that your certificate gets. And so you can play that game in the future if you want to use your hacker handle, or if you want to use something else, you can always do that.
I don't think ISC squared would flag on that too hard. You got to see.
Yeah. But yes, and we use the hours in the title so that way you can use them potentially for your CPE credits. And with that, the break time is over and I'm out of here until the end. Bye.
Just talking about what we're going to do for our last section here.
all right, Jason, I think we're good.
We're up
Back
against
from break.
Yep. Let's keep
All
going.
right, so we've got one portion left of class, and before we do that, the last section of class is about applied purple teaming and what that means. And it's not so much, it is threat hunting, but it's a deviation from the labs. So at this point, we wouldn't have to work with the labs so much. So I'm going to let Jordan finish up. And where we've gotten so far is we've installed Sysmon, we've configured Sysmon, we've installed WEC, we've configured those, and we've installed Helk. Now, we didn't go through installing Helk, but it's the Docker set, and that was one of the prereqs of the class for the lab environment. Jordan's going to show off some things in Helk just really quickly to kind of show you what we've accomplished. Now, I do note that I'm going to say he's probably got a firewall on or something, but he's got a workstation that's not doing WEC properly. Oops. But you will have the domain controller stuff coming in, and this is Helk here. So I'm going to let him run through that, and then we'll move on to our next section, which is applied purple team.
There's some cool stuff in here. So I think at this point we can probably not see IEX, but we're going to just check anyway. We did get, oh, look at that. Holy cow, that quick, that easy. So we ran a PowerShell command, even though it was blocked by AV. So now in Helk, like, if you're familiar with Elastic, this is all going to be like borderline boring. But what we've done is get to the point where we're seeing our PowerShell script blocks, we're seeing actual command syntax, and it's in our Elastic dashboard. Some of the power in the Elastic dashboard, like this little clock button, we're going to refresh every 30 seconds. So now if I run IEX again, it should just pop in here. Okay, so we're going to leave that. We're going to go down to the last 15 minutes only. So in here, now we get to see these IEX commands. But this is ugly. Like, this is a really ugly output. What I want to see is stuff like the script block. So there's these little options over here. Like, I've got a message selected. Actually, let me blow this up a little bit. Make that a little bigger. We're going to go on this thing and say toggle column in table. That puts it at the top. I'll show you in just a second what that looks like. I also want to see the host name this came from. So we're going to toggle the column on our host name. And then, oh, I don't know, maybe that script block text. And I don't know. That'll probably do to get started here. So now in our Elastic dashboard, holy cow, we can see like this host name ran something awful, which is what we want to see at the end of the day, right? You drop a pen test in your environment and you can't show them your event logs, you're probably in trouble in a lot of other ways. So
maximize that window, please.
This one? This is an RDP session. I can, let me disconnect and I'll reconnect just a second. So yeah, keep talking through that.
One of the questions, I'm going to say it's B3V11 or L1. No. So a question about how you can whitelist items in Helk, and there's a couple different ways. Jordan was talking about adding the columns, and then you can filter on columns, and that's one way. But when you get down into hunting, you're not necessarily always, your goal is to get to the offending process, and you do that usually by searching, but you can whitelist as well. But when you whitelist, if you're going to search for one thing, right, you don't necessarily need to save those whitelists, because a lot of times when we're searching for things that don't already have signatures. A good example of that in our class, we do a search for
pass the
hash, which does not have great optics anywhere until you really get into it. And it's a chain of events to get there. And you almost have to look at all of the event logs to find them. So whitelisting didn't become much of a help. So
then this is a great opportunity to go look at Sigma. Now, we came to a similar conclusion when we were doing our pass the hash testing, but again, it's not, the optics are not great. So we're now on a Sigma repository, which is a collection of shared rule sets. Now, under rules, Windows, I think it is process creation. I may bounce around here for a second.
Perhaps just search for
Google. Yeah, it's in here though.
Or if you search for the MITRE attack number, you might find it.
You know what that number is?
Sure don't. So kind of the idea there again.
Sigma.
For Sigma, someone asked earlier the difference between Helk and Security Onion. Sigma is going to be one of those components that's preloaded into Helk. And also ElastAlert is also preloaded. So those are ones that are in there that are predefined with some templates that are not in Security Onion. You could add them because it's all Elk based.
But regardless of what we're talking about here, these now, we're looking at Sigma rules. So then the Sigma rules get applied to your SIM. Your SIM has indexed data you're shipping. The data you're shipping is coming from your endpoints. So working backwards down that chain, you're now at a point where you can configure things, you can hunt for things, you can catch things, and with Sigma, you can alert on things. Like, for example, we're in PSExec or PSEXE SVC. So when this one triggers, guess what? You get the associated rule, specific MITRE framework references, and it becomes very useful for you. That process of also run something you know. So a red team tool like Bloodhound. Run Bloodhound, figure out what Bloodhound looks like in your SIM, catch it, alert on it, and now you've basically created the optics around a red team tool that you know exists, you know pen testers are going to use, and that you can improve your organization's security posture with.
Jordan, are you in a position that you can show maybe one of the resulting logs that might have a MITRE reference?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I like this one.
So with Helk and Sigma and Elastic alerts all running together, there's just like Security would have some of this already, but something interesting here is we're able now, someone mentioned earlier about MITRE attack mapping, and with everything we've got already set up now, we are able to pull out MITRE attack techniques, if you can find one.
Give me a minute.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, keep chattering. You're good. So not all of the columns are going to match system to system. Like we're looking for something related to Sysmon now. There's no PowerShell script block text. That little X next to it clears it up. But we can go look at, like what action was this? We want to toggle this in the column. We want to see like DNS answers. That's an interesting one. Okay, so like a Chrome process is asking to resolve some DNS. Is this normal? Yeah, it's normal. Is it always normal? Not necessarily, but we'll keep clicking through here and showing off some things. But we do definitely want to see like, okay, well look at that. There's a network connect. Probably a MITRE reference associated with that. So then here's our T. We're going to go toggle this column again in the table. So now we know, holy cow, we had a DC just connect using remote services to something else. Now, is this dangerous? We don't know yet. Yeah. But in that hunting process and getting better process, we go figure out this is probably just an RDP connection. But we don't know that. And yes, it is. There's our process name. So we can add our process name, toggle again. We scroll back to the top. We can minimize, and we can see that our DC use network connect in Sysmon, event ID 3, a MITRE technique map with MSTSC. So this is trusted. This is known. Like I don't care that this happens unless there are some situations where it might get dicey for us.
Yep, and this is where again the Sigma and Elastic alerts come into effect they're adding these references.
And I can expand this a little bit more. So now we see our more MITRE references, an SVC host made a connection out, our Explorer using a schedule test did something that's probably interesting. Only once. So anyway, that's a pretty high level overview of all of that.
All right, so the remainder of the class at the end of June, we've done part of it, right? And the majority of that class at this point would be doing adversarial techniques and then hunting for them using this process and then defining out what those dependencies are to put that into production. And then lastly, to deploy the framework to push that into production. So that is, pushing to production is agnostic on your vendor. So if you're using Splunk or whatever, we don't really cover that in class because everybody has their SIM that they love to use and they already have tons of money and resources into. We don't expect anyone to go change that or go use Elk or whatever, or use Helk in a production environment. What we're interested in is how we were able to get that, what the dependency was, and being able to push that into a production environment.
Yep. And then SIGMAC will come into a very useful role in your environment if you actually go down the path of building a purple team. We run something we know, and then we hunt for it. We try to define a rule around it. The Sigma rules are probably already written, may need tuned and tweaked, but I'm running Splunk, and I want the Splunk Sigma rule for that. So then SIGMAC is the conversion tool for hunting on that platform. Let's see if we can find that in here.
And
Right
Cactus,
here.
Yep.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Cactus mentioned an adversarial technique of using DC sync and DC shadow. Yep. We have that exact one in the class where we do an adversarial technique of doing those threats or those adversarial techniques and then hunting for them in this platform and being able to define out what those dependencies are to be able to alert on them.
Exactly. So SIGMAC, this is an amazing tool that will take your defined Sigma rules, once you've tuned them appropriately, to match any of the major vendors. Let's see if we can find it. I think there's a list in here somewhere. So this is the currently supported list under SIGMAC, which includes Splunk, Elastic, Azure Sentinel, Sumo, ArcSight, QRadar, all the big ones, really.
All right, so we would love to sit here and spend time in Helk, but we've got one more course to go over, and this is one that is going to be less interesting, potentially, to siloed practitioners, unfortunately. It might be more interesting to management or to change actors. So I'm going to let Jordan pull up the slide for me if you could.
Yeah, which one is it? Where?
Number 150.
Okay, let's do that.
So 150 is applied purple teaming. When we do the initial course or the course this month, we would probably skip over some of this or we'd just do it in an abbreviated fashion. But normally in the class, we would talk about this really early on. And this is about purple teaming. It's not so much about the infrastructure at this point. We really don't even talk about infrastructure for the next 30 minutes. So if you want to keep like hunting and elk rather, go for it. If you're interested in hanging on, awesome. It is recorded, so cool.
It's coming.
All right.
I think it's coming. Looking at design ideas, it's coming.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's coming.
Any questions while we have a second?
Just one was a clarification on how you get the scholarship. You subscribe to your guys' mailing list, and I thought I heard some other options about TAing and things like that.
You can definitely email us.
Oh, dope.
I put that in the question, so CJ
In fact,
Cox.
if you look on the GitHub repo, all that information is there. We'll put information about the scholarship as well once we finalize it later today.
GitHub repo is going to stay up, correct?
The repo is going to stay up.
The repo is live and it's public forever. So if you want to clone it and you want to do your own thing, you want to make a training out of this, do it. The more people that learn how to event log, event forward, and audit Windows systems meaningfully, the better off the whole world is.
And the harder your job will be. Congratulations.
What is not on it right now is a license for this 4-hour training, and we just have to make sure we can clear all that, and then we'll apply the appropriate license where this 4-hour class can be used at will. So,
yep. So our last slide set.
Awesome. All right. So, looking at purple teaming, you have it set up. I'm not even ready yet.
You're not. That's great.
All
No problem. We're good.
right.
Some more slides? Really? More slides?
Well, this is good.
All right. All right.
This is the admin. This is the CJ slide deck. All right. So, I wrote this a while back, and we had one of our attendees say, "Okay, boomer," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, it does." Okay, NIST. So on NIST, it's not how I intended it, but we didn't change it. NIST defined blue teams quite a while ago, in fact. And from an organizational perspective, a lot of places might have red teams, a lot of places might have blue teams. We're trying to right now do some analysis of what those are, so we can try to figure out what purple teaming is, and even see if it's functional and practical, right? So from the NIST perspective, blue teams are responsible for defending an enterprise's use of information systems by maintaining its security posture. This is going to sound verbatim, but it's okay. They identify security threats and risks in the operating environment, blah, 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 and they provide recommendations. That's the key one there is they provide recommendations. That's what the blue team does. They defend, they identify, and they provide recommendation. There's analysis in there as well. Let's go to the next slide. What is the red team then? So NIST also defined this for us. They said NIST emulates a potential adversary's attack or exploitation, and they demonstrate the impact of the successful attacks. A red team should be able to tell you how bad their attack is. And then they also need to be able to demonstrate what worked for the defender. It's not necessarily the red team's job, in at least NIST perspective, to tell you why it worked. Sure, they should tell you why it worked, but they won't necessarily need to tell you how to get caught, right? Because they're not even interested in getting caught. They're interested in bypassing the blue team. So that's like the red team, blue team. There's already now these two houses, like in Game of Thrones, that are going to be in turmoil forever because we've defined roles that don't talk to each other. The only talking to each other that's here is the fact that they've defined red team is responsible for demonstrating the impacts of successful attacks and demonstrating what works to the blue team. Like that's what they have said is the job of red team to do this, the output. The blue team now has to be able to take that and say, okay, like thanks for telling us it worked. Now we got to go deal with this. And we're going to talk about purple team now. So you want to go to the next slide, Jordan?
Sure do.
All right. So red team, it's the offense, it's the attack, it's the pillage. The blue team is the defense, it's the block, it's the build, right? And they're clear, distinct, and they're different. They're almost like I said, demonically opposed to each other. And so what does that mean a purple team could be? Could you even have the two? And we just did a webcast on this a couple weeks ago, which was blue team's perspective on red team tools. And we looked at red team tools and we said, these are awesome red team tools. They're terrible blue team tools. And not all of them, but what we quickly found when we did the analysis of that is that red team tools made by red teamers were really great at doing red teaming.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're red team tools. And there was this like lack of purple team tools. There was lack of this coordination between the tool. Not only was there a lack of that team, but there was a lack of the tools that would try to facilitate it. So if you were to take the two and try to not make them oppose each other dynamically, but instead make them collaborate with each other or leverage each other, could you have a better outcome? Could your security posture improve in doing that? All right. So what is the applied purple teaming and where does it fit? So we're now suggesting that you had a blue team, you had a red team. We're talking about applied purple teaming. We're going to apply a purple team. Does that mean we have to hire somebody? Does that mean we have to like pull people out of red and blue teams? Does that mean we grab someone from the help desk? Yeah. Or like ask for a liaison from your MSSP if that's what you have. Right? Those things should not be out of the realm. Anyone that's doing anything with information security has a potential benefit to be part of the purple team.
Yeah, and I'd like to say, we talk about MSPs, and it seems adversarial. You do not have to have an adversarial relationship with your MSP.
I wonder how many MSSPs actually do adversarial testing.
That's interesting. That would definitely fall under that security role.
So the purple team, it can be independent. It can be a team of teams. It can be a few employees. It can be like one guy. That could happen. The idea is that it needs to be a collaborative effort. If that one guy is awesome at everything, he could probably do it. But what does this mean? Like, how would you get here? And we're going to define a role of how you could get there with an organization that either has a red team or a blue team or neither, and how you can define a purple team and be able to get budget for it and make it an actual thing. So what would an applied purple team accomplish? What would a purple team accomplish? Well, they're going to be able to build more secure business infrastructure. They're going to be able to reduce those deficiencies that occur because those teams are opposing each other and they don't want to collaborate or communicate. Like you break that wall down because it's a team, right, with different skill sets. You can align the information technology infrastructure to best practices, and you can assess the risk and threats of vulnerabilities. These are things that you probably already doing it already, right? But a purple team could do these. But applied purple teaming, and we're now suggesting, is not just purple teaming, but it's going to be a framework. Okay, and this is what the framework could accomplish. All right, so let's talk about production and lifecycle. If you think about applied purple teaming, not as a purple team, but as a framework now. APT does not operate in production environments. Do not do applied purple teaming on your production environment, just like you don't run bad blood on a production environment. Just like we don't build this entire very, very high threat optics in your production environment because there's reasons not to, right? The goal of the APT is to produce proven methods to defeat attacks. So we're going to build a framework that can prove methods to defeat attacks, to identify and alert threats, and to continually improve the security posture. This is where that continual improvement comes in. And again, don't do it in production. All right, so it's a framework. Why not make it a life cycle? It's a life cycle.
We've heard it compared to a lot of other frameworks and a lot of other, like the OODA loop that's in here. But we break it out even more.
It's actually less complicated, I think, than OODA.
I agree.
But this would actually come from like ISO 27001 and 90001, more aligned to that, where it's actual continual improvement and kind of reaching towards sigmas, but not sigmax, but 6 sigmas. So let's look at it from a life cycle. If we were to take the components of adversarial techniques, threat hunting, that's pieces of it, right? But now we also need to think about the business, and there's a couple sides to the business. One, we need to think about risk, bouncing risk, residual risks, and we need to think about budget and money, right? And that's one that's tough too, because we're going to say
and friction.
And friction, yeah.
Be careful with security.
So, for sure.
It can be painful.
So this is a framework that's going to take those things that a purple team might not care about, right? They might not care about their dollar amount impact at the end of the year, but using this framework, that's something you can quantify and bring back and get budget. Just like you're able to now, with this framework, talk in functional terms about your risk in an environment using this framework. So the framework looks pretty simple here. It's risk and threat analysis, or an attack ingest. What attack are we going to run? We're going to plan out the attack. We're going to execute the attack. We're going to find the attack. We're going to detect. We're going to hunt. And we're going to build the optics of how we did that. And last, we're going to report. That is an entire life cycle. It can be done in a day. It can be done in 6 months. It can be done in 2 years. It is a single event life cycle. The life cycle can be anything. The life cycle could be making a sandwich, because there's threats and risks about making a sandwich, and there's some sort of cost benefit analysis of making a sandwich.
So I was super impressed with Kent's development of this. And here's why. We can take and plug in Bose breaching the cloud perimeter and take cloud attacks as our risk and threat ingest. We can take the sandwich problem. I need a sandwich for lunch. I'm hungry. How do I plan and execute this out? Almost everything we run into fits in here in some way.
The class later this month, all of the labs that we have go through that are adversarial techniques to threat hunting and to reporting, they all follow this framework. So at the end of that class, you've gone through multiple of these, like 10 of these.
I think Marcello fits in here somewhere, because we've used, let's see, Silent Trinity was our C2 framework. So we could see like Sysmon, network, heartbeat logs. We used crack map exec for pass the hash. Let's see, what was there anything else? Anyway, Marcello is an advanced persistent threat, so be careful. But anyway, big picture, messy slide.
Okay, this is a messy slide. It's messy on purpose. So the big picture, remember when you looked at UDA and it was like it was massive once you actually pulled all the stuff together? That's this one. It's massive. So we're going to go each one of these component by component, and it'll really clarify. We have a link for more information, assuming that's for this, in which case this whole framework,
make me a sandwich.
This whole framework is what we're talking about making open source, because we want to democratize this and make this a framework that lots of organizations could use and push out. And
we have figured out in our lab environments that we can catch 90% of stuff if we see a tool, we see a news article, or someone tells us something, we can go run it and we can document it, we can catch it, we can refine it, we can alert on it, and we move on.
All right, so let's hit up each one of these sections. We're gonna fly through this just because we can, and it's recorded. So, and plus this is theory, and everybody loves theory to ingest it at high rates of speed.
On a Saturday,
and it's theory. All right, so let's look at the first one: risk threat assessment. Are we really gonna go through?
So I wrote these because I wanted to understand what Kent was getting at.
I wrote a framework and then said, "Hey, well, go make slides." Yeah.
Does this make sense to you? Can you write what I want to say about each of these bullet points?
The first section, we want to do a risk assessment of some sort. So we're going to take a tool. Maybe we want to do something like pass the hash. What tools do pass the hash? I need to do a little research on that. We're going to do a threat assessment on it. Basically, we want to find an attack that we can use. The attack could be I'm hungry, right? It literally, this works for anything. The goal is to determine if defending and or hunting. So are we going to defend, or are we going to hunt? Are we going to cure my hunger? Okay. We're going to use some sort of ingest, and those ingests are basically, where did this come from? So
best practices?
This is awesome for best practices.
Oh my gosh.
Security frameworks have a bunch of ingests, current events. Atomic Red Team has a ton. Basically, any sort of activity could be an ingest, and we'd like to define that out. So in each one of these, every one of these questions we ask should be something that we can report on, because reporting is something really significant here. And
do we have a demo report at the end of this?
We don't, and that's okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, planning. What are the tools? So in the planning phase, we need to look at all these components, figure out what the tools are, figure out essentially, well, how are we going to do this? And then we can go to the next slide. All right, so we're going to attack, we're going to execute, we're going to engage. We're going to just basically figure out if we can make a sandwich or not. I'm really trying to summarize this for you, but I think you get the picture here. hunt and defend, exact same thing. We've now completed our successful attack. How could we have hunted and how could we have defended it, or how can we identify it? Now, the hunt or defend piece comes from what your initial goals were, and your goals were defined early on. So, are you going to hunt or defend, or both, or are you going to cure my hunger? Whatever the goal was, we need to do that work here. We need to define that work here to reach that goal. Now, if we're struggling with this, we can't get it, we're going to end up going back. So, next slide, Jordan.
Absolutely.
All right, so adjust and harden. So we now have identified it or defended it. We have the methodology to how to do that. Adjust and harden is to put those into place in a lab environment, test them, redo that, and make sure it works. Does it work? Awesome. If it works, we're not push that right over to the last phase, which is going to be reporting, and reporting means something specific here. The key point here is if you make changes in your methodology and it didn't work, you're now in this endless life cycle, this little loop inside the big loop that says, okay, attack.
I probably need to get better at defending past the hash. I need to catch this. I need to catch this.
And eventually you're going to find the right one that did it, caught it, worked. And as soon as it worked, then you go back to planning, you're going to try it, and then it's going to work and go all the way through the loop. So it's a life cycle because it continues on forever. And the only output, this is never finished until you have a successful completion, right? Now, the successful completion could be that you do risk analysis on it and determine it's not a threat. But the last section here is one of the most important, and that is reporting. So in the framework, we have a set of templates that help the purple team, no matter who it is, if it's one person, a team of people, teams of teams, that help them follow this process. And it asks the specific questions that are necessary to follow the process, and specific questions that lead them down a path to reporting that makes all of this consumable for management and for leadership, to be able to justify not only what you're doing, but justify for the IR teams how this is all working.
How long is the longest report in there?
2 pages.
2 pages.
The longest report
Nice
we
and
have.
Short and brief,
Yeah.
and summary driven, and executive language, even though there's technical components.
Yes.
This was written to be consumed at executive level.
So this report is something you can hand to a practitioner, something you can hand to your boss, something that can go all the way to the CISO, and they'll be able to read it and have an understanding of what's going on and why this piece of paper costs 40 hours, right? Because you can quantify all of this work now, and at the end of this report, it's going to say what the impact was on the environment, and the impact should always be an increase of some sort of posture and security, an increase in security, and that means dollars at some point. All right, the last section is lessons learned. In that report, you should be able to determine something you learned, whether it be an adversarial technique or more likely a threat, right? You identified the threat, you identified how to identify the threat, and that is a lesson learned. The other lesson learns are, hey, I found this new blog, right? That was a lesson learned. There's this new tool set out there. We used it in a Lifecycle, and that was a lesson learned, something you gained from it. Do you feel you've gained an experience in X? Has the organization, again, every time you do one of these life cycles, has the organization's security posture improved? If the answer is no, the life cycle failed, and you failed to go back to planning when you should have went there. All right.
I'm going to show one off. I hope you don't mind.
Do it.
This is password spray. This is what we wrote up to catch a domain password spray utility. Now, it might not be like grammatically 100%, but basically what we do here is define out our attack. Our attack is wanting to be able to see and catch every password spray that occurs on our network, because we know we've got pen testers coming in, or we believe we are a target of some adversary that uses attacks against exposed ASP and IIS servers. We want to be able to catch that. So we run it ourselves. And then here's our lifecycle output.
So a lot of this is form filled. Interesting things to note on here are MITRE ATT&CK numbers. The lifecycle type, what kind of ingest was this, or essentially what type of lifecycle? In the larger framework, there's lifecycle types, which are, is it adversarial attack-based? Is it best practice-based? Is it a defense deployment-based? And every one of those fits into the lifecycle a little bit differently, but we wanted to report on that, and it's here, right? So attack methodology is super simple. It's just the commands we ran. Right, and the defense methodology is really easy. We've been able to bring it down to something that's consumable, short, and at the end of the day means a dollar figure. And this is what this looks like. The output of that 40 hours might only be a page that is consumable by both practitioners and the CISO, But realistically, there's more data behind all of that. You've got all the notes from that you're storing somewhere else. This is the report on that. And at the end of the year, if you can hand 20 of these to your CISO and say, listen, I think we need another job. We'll get everything we've done. This framework works. I'd like to have a project manager to look at these and get some time on this. And this is kind of the wrap for this class. I know there's probably questions on this and other things as well. So this is where we're going to leave this one. The other class is very much attack, defend based. It has a lot of best practices as well, using life cycles and best practices. Using this framework, hopefully before that class, we will be able to make this framework open source. There's some things, legal, copyright, weird things we have to figure out on that. Weird things.
Yeah.
Stuff we have to research before we can do that, but we would like to do that. So we want to see this everywhere, because this is the few organizations that
Or something similar.
Yes.
You don't have to use our framework.
And
You have to understand that what we're getting at here is continuous improvement of the networks we see consistently coming up short. And here's another one. John talks about this all the time. The logging, where 3% of breaches are picked up in logs. 2? Well, I mean, it's like, if you look at the Verizon data breach report, it's 2 to 3% of current breaches are coming from a company's logging platforms. Yet we're spending gajillions of dollars on our logging platforms. It's chaos to me. Like, the end of the spear, you're on the ground. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So we have to improve. Find something that works. This may not be perfect for you, but it's a place to start.
a couple of questions I saw roll by really fast. One of them was,
Should we run a password spray real quick? Show this off in logs. We got time.
okay, so one of them was, someone would love to see all of these reports. The cool thing about these reports is that when we go through it, that class, every one of those is a life cycle. The last step of those life cycles is writing that, no, it's not the last step. As you go through that life cycle, you're updating that report. So those reports are effectively a life cycle. Every one of those life cycles we do in the class has a report attached with it that has the meaningful data. Another question that we had, I'm rolling through these really fast, is there a Terraform for the lab environment?
I said about 10 days. We're going to finalize that, and we'll drop that out. We want it to be available before class. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. We're going to run the Terraforms. We're going to provide your own environment. You could probably build your own Terraform, but we will definitely provide what we have before we go. The only catch is part of our Terraform scripts goes and downloads something of ours from a container somewhere. So you may need to come up with something, or we'll see what we can do. But because of the sensitivity of these binaries and the licensing on things like Sysmon and WinLogBeat, we can't just post those anymore. Like, it'll get us in trouble. So anyway.
So that is, for all the pieces we've talked about today, pretty much a wrap. I wish we had a cool slide that had everything in the first slide. Anyway, so we're going to open it up to questions. Jordan's going to pull off a password spray as I answer questions, I think, if we can.
Yeah, and for those of you who haven't seen a password spray, this is about a 5-minute process if I can figure out how to kill AV on this thing. So we'll see.
So there's some interesting stuff out there about the purple team and the evaluation. I can just tell you that red team, blue team, purple team preceded computers. It's been a military thing for a long time. So this is just sort of an adaptation of that approach. So we very much at Black Hills look at penetration testing as wargaming. And so we like the collaborative approach, because the purpose of a pen test is not for my boys to go out and own you, or for you guys to get the pride of saying we stiff-armed you. The point of a penetration test is to learn about your environment, to develop the defenses, to get this tweaking and stuff down, right? Just like Kent's cycle showed you. Demonstrate an attack, and if you missed it, if you saw it, thumbs up. If you missed it, fix it. So that is the entire purpose of it, is to get better. If we're not focused on getting better, this must be a hobby, I guess.
I do have one shout out really quick. During the first, I think it was the first hour of class today, someone made a pull request on the class repo, adding some Vagrant build scripts, which is super awesome.
Holy cow.
So whoever, I'm not sure who that was.
Thank you.
So Ian, thank you. I will review that, and assuming it fits in well, we'll push it in. Merge it in, sorry. So CJ, some questions?
Oh boy. Somebody said here something about
spray.
Yeah, the
Look at
password
this.
spray.
Okay,
Is
that
a
was-
lesson learned to use strong passwords? Yes, always.
Actually, funny thing, one of our, I believe the password spray lifecycle includes password policies. So we do talk about that in the bigger cast and from different perspectives too. But yeah, lessons learned would be not so much use longer passwords, but why do you need to use longer passwords? And we talk about that.
So here's another thing. We just ran this. It took me less than 3 minutes to get this going. Now, I'm going to do the same thing when you like tell CJ, I want to sign a contract. I want you to come test our network, blah. We come in, we run these tools every single time. And I'm saying, still, less than 50% of you are able to show me that I did this.
Just to clarify, you just password sprayed 2,591 users.
And you will never tell me that I did that.
Are you going to find that in Elk?
I am sure, I sure hope I am. If not, it's probably not doing its job. Oh, look at these giant columns here.
That's only 6 so far. We let that refresh.
Oh yeah, I've got Sysmon. Nope. Let's clear my filter here. And what's really cool is if this like logged properly, we're gonna have to give it a minute to ingest. Got a time window. We're gonna clear that time window. I want that applied. I want my filter. Okay, so we're gonna look at the last 15 minutes with the refresh. We should see a pretty big spike in events here.
Oh, there it is.
There's our spike. Now our spike is going to include all of this interesting stuff. So what happened in this block? We're going to drill into these blocks. We know something happened on the DC, but I'm going to clear all this garbage out. And we're going to go look at a single event. I want to know what just happened. So the goal here being, okay, I don't know what happened, but I knew I did a thing.
That one graph showed the top of the graph was 12,000 entries.
Yeah.
Right. So there was a very clear spike of something happening, and now he's drilling down into that.
Okay, so we're going to look. All right, holy cow, that doesn't look good. What's going on here? Somebody ran some PowerShell. They gave, they'll like, okay, so this probably isn't what I'm looking for, but it is PowerShell execution. So we caught that, high five. Now we can scroll down. Somewhere in here, we are going to see events related to this one. And this is the one I want to see because it's really, really neato.
So what I think is interesting about here is we're looking for a password spray, but the one you highlighted,
We didn't know this was not the password spray.
Yeah.
We didn't know this wasn't it.
we saw lots of stuff about like bad username passwords.
But
This one's
now-
interesting.
Yeah, in here, like, this is either due to a bad, okay, good. Now, what do we want to do? We're in this beautiful interface. We've got all these excellent options. So let's scroll through here. We're going to see event ID 4625. What did we say this was? This was a failed account logon. We want these. We want to see these. But the problem is, you're going to see somewhere in here those buried 4624s. You may have 2,548 failed logons with 13 now compromised accounts. So don't just look at failed logins. Like one of my favorite customers showed me they only cared about successful authentication, and they could filter that successful authentication against known and trusted sources and IP addresses. So it was a brilliant approach to a larger problem. Okay, so what I did here, an account failed to log on, but I toggled on my event ID. I'm interested in that. Remember this one. Love this little button. User log on. Let's go ahead and we'll just toggle that guy on. Somewhere in here we should see a related user. That's interesting, but is there an actual username? That's the one I want. So now, back at the top of our dashboard, we see a whole lot of these. Look, oh boy. We want to filter now, probably on 4625s, so we can, let's see, I think it's this. Is it the date? I think it's this one. So we want to filter now for 4625. I may have clicked the wrong button there, but now look, like we have this beautiful tree. We know now when we see a spike in 4625s, somebody probably just password spray some service that we are monitoring, alerting on, indexing, and pushing. Oh my God, yes, CJ, I love this stuff so much, man. Like catching bad dudes doing bad stuff.
And obviously the next step then is a last alert saying, hey,
Yeah.
whoa, something just bad happened. There's a spike. And getting that single instance that said there's a password spray.
Somebody just said you can filter faster. You probably can, and you might make a great TA. Like, educate us.
Jordan and I took a class on Elk because when we first started doing this, we were struggling pretty hard with the Elk interface.
And here's the problem with my filter. my filter left out any 4624s. So we might have missed a successful authentication, so we wouldn't know if an account was compromised in this mix. We would know there was a password spray. We wouldn't know who got popped. And I will close on that note because I love this so much, and I'm freaking out now because I love it.
Fire at will, CJ.
Not a bunch, guys. We cleared this baby out. There's probably, Marcel's probably got some, but I got one. People wonder, can you upload a template of the report doc to the GitHub repo?
Absolutely. So like I said, we want to make that open source. When we do that, all of that will be open source, including the template. And I would imagine there'd be some community involvement there where someone would say, I think this field needs to be added, and some sort of consensus, and it gets better over time. So, but
here's the one.
I want to send that template out. I just want to make sure that we have that framework set up so that it will become something that is that gets better over time. And that takes a little bit of background work on our side. It will be coming out soon. Not tomorrow, but it will be soon.
We need some sleep at this point. But yeah, this is, I don't think we need to iterate through everything again from a recap perspective, but we pulled off what we wanted to in less than 4 hours.
And here's one thing about if we had copied and pasted all the commands, we could have done this in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But we went through and explained. Someone mentioned, are we going to rely heavily on either Caldera or Art in the paid class?
No.
And we don't. And one of the reasons we don't is we want to teach people what these tools are actually doing. If you don't understand what the tool is doing, it's going to make it really, really difficult to be able to hunt for what's actually happening. What's really cool about Atomic Red Team is you can literally just run one command line and you can start attacking with all sorts of different types of adversarial techniques. But do you know how they all work? And we can just run a command line and say, okay, look, we ran that command. Let's go hunt for it. You can't hunt for it unless you know what it's doing. And we spend a good amount of time learning about the attacks, learning how to hunt for it, and then doing that in a life cycle that makes sense.
Oh, dashboards, of course.
Wait, minor attack framework. First, can you go over what the minor attack framework is about?
That was for John's class, so I just dropped a link there.
Oh, that's a link. I thought that was a question. My bad. Go to dashboard.
Let's see if there's anything in here. So some of this stuff is just absolutely amazing. The pre-built dashboards, like you want to see your top process command lines, all this stuff that's used. Like the Sysmon dashboard in here is so brilliant. Like Roberto Rodriguez and his crew of threat hunters and the Threat Hunters Forge, there is so much good stuff out there. We, despite spending 1,000 hours out of the last 5 months researching this stuff, there's still 10,000 more hours.
And there's a large community that put a lot of effort in. So
yeah, the dashboards in Helk are where a ton of its power comes from. I don't think Sysmon is probably properly populating right now, but we're going to look anyway. So let's see if it's in here. And then there's like the network dashboard. It is included in here because those folks who have designed this stuff are also well aware what good is malware that doesn't make a Sysmon event ID 3, a network connection, right? So yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot here in Sysmon right now. All these dashboards need troubleshooting and contact and touching and massaging and love. And that's okay. That's part of like improving processes and getting better over time.
one of the questions is, what's the prerequisites for the 3-day course? What level do my admins need to be able to grasp the course? A little bit different than this one. So this one we kind of threw you in on the lab. We said, go build the lab. That course is much different. That course, you start in Active Directory. You start with everything configured at a point that we can start doing life cycles. So they don't need to worry about hypervisors. They don't need to worry about ISOs and all that nonsense. When we get you into the point that you can start working with their skill set. So if their skill sets are Active Directory admins,
perfect.
That's where we came from, right? That's what we're familiar with. If they're red team, they're going to be familiar with the tool sets needed that we're going to talk about. We're going to be doing skill gap training at that point, right? Because the red team that comes to this class will be learning kind of the blue team side operation of it, and vice versa. And it's that collaborative effort of bringing these people together that's going to make this purple. And it really, anyone can come in. We had some college students come into the last one. We had one of our facilitators was a college student that was just, he was getting ready to go to, I think it was deployed, yeah. And he really didn't have a large admin background, but he loved the course and he was able to keep up. So varies. We know admins have varying levels of skill sets. And what's really cool, as long as you can RDP, you can get into the lab. And if you've been in Active Directory before, that would be the prereq, is understanding what Active Directory is and being able to navigate those management consoles.
We got a couple more questions here. This one was interesting. Based on the environment, some vulnerabilities may not be addressed because if measures are done, legacy systems in production will not work. How do you best present options for these issues to the C-level?
Yeah, so that's a good point. When you think about that life cycle, we kind of talked about the CISO and directors being at the last step, the reporting section. But realistically, that's just so you can get a report out and make it quantified in budgetary terms. Realistically, those groups are part of that purple team, right? We can kind of call the purple team fairly loose then because it's a set of roles. And one of those roles is to do that cost-benefit analysis and being able to identify what the options are and figure out which one is the best. And that could mean you have to go through that loop a couple times to figure out which one doesn't spike your CPU, to figure out which one doesn't cause the problems, and also which one doesn't cost a ton of money, or maybe does cost a ton of money but saves a ton of time.
Go. Yeah, no, you're good. Keep going. There's something I wanted to point out about.
Yeah, so it varies, and the framework accounts for that when you get into it, because you're able to bring people in, and that single page is enough information to bring everybody on board and kind of relate to what their role is and what the context is.
This is interesting. We didn't talk about our backgrounds at all. We don't generally, just based on what John's told us over the years, nobody really cares about your background. My background is a business degree. Kent's background is a business degree. I worked at Hewlett Packard as a network engineer for 5 years, and then we met and worked together for the last 10. So for the most part, I've been a network and systems engineer, blue teamer, until I came to meet John from a really strange ad on Craigslist. But Ken, if you want to run through your background, someone asked. So
awesome.
Thanks for
there we go. So went to Western Governors, which is actually really well known. Back then it wasn't as well known. It was a long time ago. Went to School Mines for a while, went to ATM for a while. I wonder if that's anyways. Awesome. So also looked at got my master's from NAU, and then started a cohort at Bellevue for human capital management, which is HR and knowledge learning. No surprise, I built curriculum with Jordan. Jordan and I both worked at the university for a while, rather. Both worked at a local MSP, both worked for BHIS, both co-founded a known each other for a long time.
Brothers. That's why some people think it's we have an odd relationship.
We do have an odd relationship.
It is odd. Our wives can switch our names around unintentionally. And
that's okay.
Okay, so I wanted to point out one thing. I ran a command to create a user. Within 30 seconds, it was indexed and in our logging. This is what you want. Especially in your purple team lab. You want to be able to perform an attack and catch that attack really quickly. I think we're going to probably stop talking about all this technical stuff. Jason asked an interesting question. My story about meeting John. I found an ad on Craigslist when I was in a frustrated state of mind, and with the MSP I worked for. My wife said, "You're crazy. If you go to this, you're crazy." It said basically submit a plain text resume to this rando Gmail address and come on down, whatever. And John's asking questions like, "Can you connect to?" You're a network guy, right? Who wrote the OSPF algorithm? Can you connect to TCP port 70,000? I'm thinking, no. Can you? No. He slides his laptop over me, connects Netcat to 70,000. And it's it was the craziest interview I'd ever been in. He also I walk in a tie because we wore ties back then. And what did John say? How Archer-esque of you. And I swear if you wear a tie here, I'm going to fire you. It's been like that at this company. It's been strange, man. It's a long, strange trip.
Hey, I have a secret for everybody. So the recordings for all these are available at the exact same link that you used to get here today. You just got to wait the amount of time that it is that the recording is. So if you come back 4 hours from now, the raw recording will be here. And you can watch it. It's got the pre-show banter. It's got all those stuff. It's got me talking right now. How meta is that? But every single webcast we do, every single training we do, there's a recording that's attached to that link, and it's available. This takes about the same amount of time that we recorded for it to be available. So you should back up here in a couple hours.
That means CJ has to play as "that was easy" button.
Yeah. And that includes every webcast, every single training that we've done. So if you go back to any of those original links that you have, the confirmation emails, and you go look, the recording will be there.
That's a really good secret. I had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
there's some
Cheryl
people
wants to
that
know,
figured it
how does
out.
he get on your mailing list? Can you put it in Discord and I'll paste it into the questions?
Sure. Can you get that?
What am I doing?
Mailing list.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
It's
We
also,
appreciate it.
It's also on the GitHub repo.
I'd like to point out all the support we've had along the way. Everybody TAing here, BHIS, John, family.
Also, the previous members, the previous attendees of our class, also had put input in the class, and it's only gained every time.
Oh,
so.
for sure.
Alrighty.
Someone commented early about the black background. Not a fan. They thought we were keeping you in the dungeon. So can we do some sort of a blue screen thing with you? Because that's
It's a COVID thing. Actually, it would have been nice to have. I don't know. Yeah.
a plexiglass screen.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you're talking about back.
Yeah, I know he is, but it would have been nice to have the plexiglass screen up.
you guys were brothers. I consider you one family.
I actually proposed that we do this thing entirely in the garden, but weather was going to be an insane wild card for us. But I proposed it. I would have been all right with it. There would have been bugs crawling on me though. But
There's something about the birds, like you can't hear the birds, like because it's just ambiance. But the bird frequency when it hits the microphone, it sounds like you're in a aviarium.
Aviary.
Aviary. Yeah.
Aviarium. That's a Bushism right there.
Oh, I was up on stage trying to tell a joke at DerbyCon, and I was like polyographer. How do you like I was, and everyone thought it was a part of the joke. They're like, "Oh, you can't say it." And I was like, I literally couldn't say it up on stage in front of hundreds of people. So anyway, never mind. That's
They're not laughing with you. They're laughing at you. Goddamn dogs.
Bruh, who's a good dog?
All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Any final words? If you have feedback, feel free to send it to webcast@blackhillsinfosec.com, and that will go to Deb, and then Deb will parse it out to who it needs to go to. So webcast@blackhillsinfosec.com, and we do this all the time.
we're fans of everybody that came. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's a Saturday. You guys came and hung out, and
It was a little choppy, but thank you for your patience.
We're trying. We're trying really hard to make the world a better place too.
We'll get you
Beta
command.
training.
Yep. Someone asked us the other day, like, why do we do this? And John had a really good response of, we have the best customers because they are ready for a pen test. They are ready because they've trained, they've watched, they prepare themselves, they incorporate active defense, cyber deception. They do the things that we talk about. And then when it's time to pen test them, we're like, damn it, they paid attention.
Yeah, and this is a tough one. Like, I want to go test a network and shred things and destroy the place, and that feels adversarial. It's still fun, but it's so much better for all of us when you block my attempts, you catch everything, and you get a low rating. And that's like, this is that foundational baseline to get you there, to get you started moving in that direction.
Okay, which one takes longer to report on?
Huh.
About the same, right?
Yeah.
Because if you tried something and it didn't work,
Yeah, that's true.
so you gotta say you tried it.
That's interesting.
And if you have a pen test company that's not saying they tried it,
I have been
didn't
getting
work.
beat up this week on a web app, and it's been rough. They're even
All
showing
right.
blocks. Like, yeah,
Closing words, Kent and Jordan, closing words. What do you got?
be nice to each other. We're a community.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna steal
All
CJ's word and say, "Go forth."
Do good things.
And as Bill and Ted said, be excellent to one another.
We appreciate you being here with us today. Look for us on future Black Hills Information Security webcasts, trainings, and workshops, and join us over at Wild West Hack and Fest for the paid trainings that we're doing. And thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. See you all next time. Bye.
Yep, take care. Thank you.
I am ending. the webinar.
He's trying to.